Hello. I think everything's working okay. Sorry about that. If you saw a stream appear and then disappear, that was because I had some technical difficulties. And by technical difficulties, I mean me being the old man that I am, I messed it up. So it should be working again now. I don't know what happened. But we're back for our third live stream in this Sword and Shield. Well, I'm playing Shield. Shiny only challenge. Hey Human, are you okay? Nice to see you again. So yeah, today we've got a very, very interesting hunt to do. Yeah, it was well, it wasn't so much tech issues as it was me issues. It was me. I'm the issue. I tried to fix you remember the where the chat was delayed, which might still be delayed, I don't know. I tried to fix that, but in doing so I made the stream really laggy, and then I tried to like change the settings back and it was like, no, you can't do that. You have to end the stream and like make a new stream. So I ended the stream, tried to put all my details in again, and then like it wouldn't let me reuse them, so I had to like type it all out again, like quickly get the thumbnail in. So my fault, but frustrating. So yeah, we are back in the challenge, and we've got yeah, it probably is still delayed because I tried to set this to basically something to do with latency, but I think when I switch the latency, it makes it really laggy, which means that the footage is unusable. So it's like, oh, I can't like win. If I try one, it goes laggy. If I try the other, it's maybe we'll try again. Maybe we'll do like a test stream, which is just like I'll just go live for like a minute on another day. But I thought I better not do it now while everything's planned out. So, hi Joey, okay? I'm glad to see you back. You missed the Slowpoke, didn't you? So I'll just show you the shiny Galarian Slowpoke from last stream. Here she is, Charlotte. I've leveled her up a little bit now, so she's the same level as the other members, or virtually the same level. She has a sassy nature, so she's got plus special defense, which is very good. Very good. This is a moveset at the minute. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, you can ignore the dates. The date is because I was time manipulating to get like weather or something in the wild area, and I just forgot to swap it back. So I think all of them have got dodgy dates on them. But yeah, so today we're here. We're at the Motostoke Gym, and we've got 3 different Pokemon that we're going to be hunting for. We don't know which one we're going to find. It'll either be Sizzlipede, Vulpix, or Litwick. And it's very interesting, this one, because Game Freak clearly forgot to shiny lock these 3, because they're in a gym. You would think that, you know, they would be locked like the starters and like the legendaries and stuff, but they're not. For whatever reason, they're not. So, makes for a very unique hunt, because I don't think there's any other game where you can get a shiny in a gym. So, pretty cool. All it involves, and I'll show you in a second, is basically just running into these patches of grass, finding the not finding the shiny, finding the Pokemon, and hoping it's shiny. If it's not, then we just run away. The only downside to this is I kind of deemed it a little bit too unfair to use the Pidove, because I thought, well, we're in a gym and I can't swap the Pidove out afterwards. So I decided that I'm just going to hunt this with the shinies that I've got. So it is going to take a little bit longer, because obviously we've got to wait for the shiny Sparkle. Maeve's on Nerve. And the reason I have to use Maeve and I can't use Slowpoke is because Slowpoke is too slow to, ironically, too slow to run away from these encounters. so there's a chance that, you know, it'll just take longer and we'll have to like risk knocking them out or something. And if I use Hitmontop, his ability is Intimidate, which actually would be even longer than Corvisquire. So all I can do is just use Maeve, the Corvisquire. So we're probably going to get about 3 encounters per minute, which I don't think is too bad. I think that means that in 6 hours or so, we'll have maybe 5.5 to 6 hours, we should hit 1,000 encounters. It's not too bad, but it is just a little bit slower than what it was with Slowpoke. You can exit the gym and resume the challenge. I didn't know that, to be fair. I thought I was trying to work it out the other day, because the only way I could see that you could end the challenge was like was to, what was it now? Was to like lose all your Pokemon and faint and be carted off back to the Pokemon Center. But now that I'm thinking about it, do you mean you complete the gym challenge and then before you start the gym battle there's like a pause? I thought you just went straight through. But yeah, I could have done, to be fair. I could have kept Pidove, but I just thought, you know, while we're in a gym, I don't want to give anyone any excuse. Not you guys, obviously, but random people on the internet who'll be like, you can't use you took a non-shiny into a gym battle. This challenge means nothing. So I thought, no, I'm just gonna take my shinies in, and we'll just accept that small penalty to the time. Amazing joke, thank you. Yeah, I would once we're out of the gym challenge, we will definitely trade for that one before we start the next hunt, if that's all right. I just kind of didn't get enough time to sort of ask you, because we found Slowpoke a lot faster than what I thought I was going to, and then by the time I did all of the gym battle against Nessa last night and got the thumbnail ready for today and things like that, I kind of was like, oh, I've not got enough time to ask you. So we will at some point. Thank you. Well, exactly, human. That's what people are like. I had somebody the other day comment on my Legends Arceus video, saying that it didn't count in his eyes because when the game originally starts, just after you get past the tutorial, I had other Pokemon in the party that weren't shiny collecting resources like Tumblestone and you know, berries and apricorns and things like that. And I was like, well, how am I supposed to catch a shiny in the beginning if I've got no Pokemon to like start with it? And I said, do you remember, like, if you watched the video, my first Pokemon that I caught was a Shinx, and I didn't send anyone into battle. I caught that, like, I just threw a Pokeball and I caught it. And he was like, no, you should have like shiny hunted the starters. And I was like, they're literally shiny locked. You've come onto this video, you've like accused me of cheating and have said that the video doesn't count, and you haven't even like searched it up as to whether or not what you're saying is legitimate, because it's not. The shinies are the starters are shiny locked. So it can be a bit of a frustrating experience sometimes, YouTube, because the majority of people, like 95% of people, are just like you guys, so nice, so, you know, helpful, and you come on the stream and you're like, oh, that's really nice, and you support me and you watch the videos and stuff. But you do get like the odd person who is just like crazily frustrated at the smallest of things. Trying to think of some others. I think I had a comment also in Legends Arceus saying that I was definitely cheating because I found mass outbreaks before you cross the bridge. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's just a regular cartridge of the game. Like, you know, if you look for mass outbreaks for 10 hours like I did, maybe you'll find one. And they were just like, no, mass outbreaks do not happen before the bridge. And I said, well, take 10 hours yourself, go and do it for 10 hours and come back to me and tell me whether or not it happens. You know, if you can't find mass outbreaks, maybe you've got an older version of the game or something. And they were just like, no, I'm not even going to try, but I'm telling you you're cheating. And I was like, well, I'm never going to change your mind, so you might as well just go. yeah, I think it's I agree. It is annoying because I think you have to train your brain to kind of be like, listen, 95% of people are being very nice. That's what I'm going to focus on. I'm not going to focus on these like 1 or 2 people who are just crazy. But what I will say is, it's also like I'll get one of these comments, and even though I've had like 50 nice comments for that one bad comment, I will kind of internally be like, why? So yeah, it is a funny old thing. But I will say, like I said, everyone is usually super nice. Like 95% of people. I've had so many nice comments over the years that I've been doing YouTube, which is, I think, is quite nice because, like, I don't have many social media like accounts anymore. But my like personal one outside of YouTube that I use really is like Instagram. And sometimes I look through comments on Instagram, like on other people's posts or like on, you know, like about random topics, and people are so cruel. YouTube doesn't. There might be more that I'm not seeing, but where Instagram and Twitter and presumably Facebook as well seem overwhelmingly negative, I will say YouTube seems to be quite a good place for the most part. I tend to see more people being nice to people than not. You do obviously get occasional people in the comments, but a lot of the videos that I'll like look at, all the comments with like lots and lots of likes and stuff on them are like nice usually. Whereas, like I said, you go on Instagram and you're like, he said what? Why are people being like this? Aside from that, sorry, I've just gone on a huge rant. Aside from that, something very interesting about this hunt, and you guys might already know it, but I will just say it for the people who maybe don't, or, you know, for the long form video. This hunt it overwhelmingly favours the star sparkles instead of the square sparkles. So weirdly in Sword and Shield there's 2 different types of shiny sparkle. And I remember watching Absol Blogs Pokemon, which funnily enough his name is Matt as well. And he was explaining the different types. But my like Corvisquire, when you see it like pop out, it will like sparkle and then like squares will come off of it. A lot of the encounters in this game have like the square sort of animation, so you're more likely to find a shiny. I think it's like in most instances it's like 15 out of 16 odds to get a square sparkle on a shiny. But in this gym, for whatever reason, and maybe it is to do with the fact that they forgot to shiny lock it, the odds of finding a shiny in this gym with the star sparkle is 15 and 16, and it would be very rare to find the square sparkle. So that's quite neat. I think that'll be a nice change because the majority of my shinies are not going to be the star sparkle, so this one probably will be. And if it isn't, then that just means it's even more rare. So, yeah. A win-win either way. Oh, nice. The Reggies are biased towards stars as well. There you go. That's brilliant. Really good. I wonder why. Like, because you've got a. Oh, your Regirock's got Square Sparkles. So you've got a really rare Regirock then. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting one, because presumably somebody at Game Freak has decided that this is what they want. You know, they've maybe not this one. I don't know with the Motostoke Gym, because to me it kind of screams that somebody didn't quite get the code right, and it should have been shiny locked and it wasn't, and all the rest of it. But certainly with other ones like the Reggies, you would think that that's been planned. Somebody's said, actually, if these are shiny, they overwhelmingly favour the stars. So I wonder what the rationale behind it is, and why they decide to assign stars to certain Pokemon and squares to others. Oh, lovely! Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah, link me the video and I'll have a little look, because I do find it interesting. It's I think it's the only game, isn't it, where you have different like sparkles depending on the shinies. I could be wrong, but I think that just makes it a really interesting topic, because it was clearly a conscious decision to add it in, but then on top of that, all of the different like nuances of the hunts were also conscious decisions, presumably. So we are at now. We've been going for about 15 minutes and we're at 30 encounters, so that means 120 an hour. I feel like that's not that much. Maybe I've talked for a little bit more than what I should have done, because I feel like it should be more than that. But we'll see. I'm intrigued to see how long this hunt takes me, because we're still on the under odds streak. Since I started the BDSP challenge, we haven't gone over odds on a single encounter, which is absolutely nuts. Like when you think that this game and BDSP were 1 in 4,096, I haven't taken any over odds yet. Yeah, true. Walking does take a while. You're right. It does. It's This is what I mean. It's all incremental, isn't it? Because you look at Maeve like popping out the Pokeball and you go, oh, it's just 2-3 seconds maybe for the shiny sparkle. It's not that long. And then Unnerve saying that the opposing team can't eat berries. You're like, oh, another 2 or 3 seconds. Then it's another 2 or 3 seconds to walk from here to the next encounter. And then and this little message that pops up now saying, am I going to end the thing with naught? And then when you add them all up, it becomes 12 to 15 seconds, which again doesn't sound very long, but then you add incrementally per encounter over thousands of encounters, it turns into hours, doesn't it? It really adds things on. Have we got any predictions on which one we think that I'll find? Yeah, I get you. Yeah. They do. The animations really do start adding up. Oh, yeah. Do you know what? Weirdly, that's the one that I thought I would end up with as well. I thought I would end up with Sizzlipede / Centiskorch. I wanted Vulpix. I'm not really sure why I wanted Vulpix so much, but I did want Vulpix. But I have a feeling that it will probably be Sizzlipede. I don't know why. It's funny, isn't it, how we get these intuitions. I mean, they're not based on anything really, are they? They're just I don't know, pure speculation. But sometimes you'll get like this feeling, and you just, even though it's literally based on nothing, you're like, I think this is going to happen. I feel it quite strongly. I've got like a proper anticipation for it. Like it's not based on anything at all, but I've always said like when me and my wife like have a child, that I think we'll have a daughter, but it's not based on anything, and obviously like that's not like happened yet, so I can't even say that it came true or didn't come true. But I still maintain that I've got this like feeling that it's going to be that. It's not going to be a boy, it's going to be a girl. Based on absolutely nothing, but it's weird how confident I feel about it when I know it's based on absolutely nothing. Because I would say, personally, I'm quite like a skeptical person, I would say. Like I wouldn't really say I'm someone who believes in, say, fate or like karma or things like that. So I don't really believe in like jinxes, you know what I mean? But at the same time, then I will also have instances like this where I'm like, well, I've just got this feeling. It's just silly, to be honest. I don't know why. I'm like two extremes. What are you guys like? Do you is there anybody you... Can I just say as well, this is an open forum. I do not... If you do believe in karma or fate or anything like that, I do not judge. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to believe in those things. I'm just saying my brain struggles to like wrap my own head around it. But yeah, do you guys believe in that stuff? You know, like, does anybody believe, if you're comfortable in saying? Oh, humans are right out of the gate with a very confident, you can assure me that jinxes are very real and it will hurt you. Well, I hope you're ready for this. I will not go over odds on this shiny hunt. I've said it now. I've said it. So if they are real, I've just invited a lot of trouble for me. Oh, gee. Do you know what? I should have realised from your spelling, but I just... Oh man. I thought you just meant real jinxes. That's brilliant. You are right, yeah. Jinx is real. And Jinx is a disturbing Pokemon. I do not like Jinx. I've got to be honest. It's funny because people talk about Gen 1 with a lot of like nostalgia. And don't get me wrong, Generation 1 was brilliant. You know, I was a kid growing up with Pokemon. I'm sure you was human as well. You know, we were right there when Red and Blue released and Gold and Silver released and things like that. Like we played those games on those old consoles and stuff, but people remember the Gen 1 Pokemon way more fondly than then they all deserve to be. Some of them are absolute bangers, you know, like Magneton, Kangaskhan, Lapras, Dragonite, Charizard, Venusaur. Like, there's so many good Pokemon in that generation. But Jinx, Mr. Mime, I'm trying to think who else. There's definitely more where it's like, oh, they did not get that right. That was not a good Pokemon. Nope. Oh, you might be able to hear my dog barking. I think you can. Someone just pulled up outside, making a lot of noise, and he does not like noise. Dachshunds do not like noise. Going mental. So I apologise for that if you can hear him. Oh, yeah, I get you. So you was more of an anime kid for the, like, when you first got into Pokemon, you was more like the show. I get that. I can respect that. I mean, it was a very good, like, the way the Pokemon show started and everything was brilliant, wasn't it? But yeah, I was obviously the way. I always, like, I only started playing Pokemon when I was like 6.5, I think. So around the same time as you, like, where you got into like playing it. I was never really interested in watching it. Funnily enough, I kind of I just got straight into the games and then never looked back. But yeah, I suppose the anime maybe humanized some of those like stranger forms. You know, like Mr. Mime being that like this kind of like not like just like a butler a little bit. Like that makes him less weird, but at the same time, it's still I don't know. I just find certain ones of those old forms a little bit strange. Can't really remember what my point was there, but it was something to do with, you know, people will see new Pokemon like. Do you remember Trubbish? And people were like, it's literally just a bag of trash, like what are they doing? But then you would look at Pokemon from Gen 1 and be like, they were the same. You know, Caterpie is just a caterpillar. You know, but Butterfree is literally a butterfly. Do you know what I mean? So I love those Pokemon. What I'm saying is, people definitely have a very biased view of maybe the childhood generations and stuff. So when new Pokemon come out, they're immediately like, "Oh no, that is rubbish. That is awful." And I'm like, well, if you look back at your generation, there was definitely Pokemon in there that were similar to that. But I suppose that's just human nature. Yeah, literally. Like, people weren't happy with Trubbish because it was a garbage bag, but Muck was basically, and Grimer were basically just like liquid trash, sort of like sewerage, I guess. Toxic waste, but it's the same premise, isn't it? It's like if the Pokemon was designed with a very simple idea in mind, then you could attribute that to so many different Pokemon. Oh, he's really going for it this time with barking. Might have to take a break in a minute and go and quiet him down. Yeah, like literally, you spot on. Some of them were just very basic, weren't they? That's just the way it is. So it's looking like, it's still looking like we might get about 120 encounters per hour, maybe. So I don't think that's too bad. So that's, what's that, over 240 in 2 hours, 480 in 4 hours, 960 in 8 hours. It's not terrible. It is going to make getting 1,000 encounters a stream difficult, so I might have to shorten that a little bit. Instead of being like Slowpoke where it was 1,000 and then onto the next stream, it might have to be maybe 750, 800, around that mark. Yes, exactly. Seal is literally a seal. It couldn't be more basic, could it? No worries, Joe. It's all good. We haven't found it yet, so you're all good. We're still going. We're just talking about sort of the attitude people have towards sort of old Pokemon from the generations they grew up with versus new Pokemon. Like, a lot of people will dislike, I don't know, Klefki for being a set of keys, but they won't dislike Voltorb for being a Pokeball, even though that's the same kind of thought process. Like, people will really dislike Pokemon that are new if they've got a simple, like a really simple design, even though they, like, some of their favourites from older generations are just the same concept. Alright, cool, humans. Yes, you get the sort of the same sort of encounters that you as what I will be getting in this. That's pretty good. That's pretty good to know that I'm not going too far. Oh yeah, don't worry. Thank you. That's really nice though. But yeah, don't worry. I won't stream for more than like I'm able to or anything like that. But I am. But when I get into it, I'm really like, I almost get a little bit like I do at work with Pokemon, which is bizarre. But sometimes I'll be very like, you know, oh, I've got to get so many encounters today because, you know, I've got to get the challenge. I've got to keep it going along. I can't be. Do you know what I mean? Which sounds maniacal. However, I do enjoy it. I think I like the planning and the being like, right, so I've got to get so many done by today, and I've got to do this tomorrow, and I've got to, right, once I get this, I've got to be straight onto the next gym, and I've got to beat it, and I've got to get like the thumbnails ready and stuff. It sounds like I'm stressing myself out, but I'm not. I'm just enjoying it. So yeah, but thank you. And yeah, justice for Klefki. Klefki's a good, definitely a good Pokemon. I really like it. I think it's a, I know it's a simple design again, but I think, I don't know, I just think there's something charming about it. And I have got a shiny Klefki as well from, I think, from a few years ago, from Dynamax Adventures, probably. It's got a nice shiny as well. And it's quite a useful Pokemon from what I remember. I feel like I've used it. I mean, I was always rubbish competitively, but but I definitely played a little bit of like Sword and Shield competitive, like ranked play or whatever. Like back when this was the game, and I seem to remember Klefki being pretty good. Yeah, that is good. Is that to do with its like Pokedex entry? But does it have like a dex entry that says that Klefki just gathers, is like the general Grievous of keys, just gathers up keys like he does lightsabers? Because that's pretty cool. Pokédex entries are a very funny thing as well. Oh, a sock hoarding Pokemon. That'd be fun. I suppose the well, not the closest thing to it, but it would be like an elf or something, like an elf-like Pokemon, or a Dobby kind of like Pokemon. I feel like Impidimp would be the type of Pokemon to steal socks. Even if it's not in the Pokédex entry, just from looking at it. But I agree, that would be a cool concept, for sure. Well, I mean, sometimes it's a good thing to just make up your own, dex entry, you know. Oh, you like the idea of like a tiny dragon? That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, like is it Smaug? Smaug. I don't know how you pronounce it. The dragon from like The Hobbit or something. Yeah. Like that. That'd be quite cool. I think we could do with like another that would fit in really nicely as well. Like I would like to see us have sort of like Drudigon but smaller. Like that kind of design. So yeah, that would fit in with that if we could get that. A smaller version of like Drudigon that hods socks. There you go. I'll be honest, I feel like I don't know much about dragons, other than what I've seen in very like specific pieces of media. Like there used to be a film out when I was a kid called Reign of Fire. And I think that was like dragons came back to life and took over the earth, basically. But they didn't hoard any like gold in that film. And then what else have I seen? How to Train Your Dragon, great film, great set of films. But I don't remember him hoarding gold in that either. So yeah, but I know I do agree with that, and I feel like I know now you've said that dragons in general are known for hoarding gold in like the ancient lore, if you will. I feel like I've remembered that was up here somewhere, but it's funny that not many modern representations of them show that. So I wonder if that's like a thing. Maybe they did that to death in older sort of stories or books about dragons, or you know, if they ever appeared in an older film, and then newer versions of dragons, they were like, yeah, we're not going to do that this time. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. What else have I seen dragons in? Well, Game of Thrones. But in Game of Thrones, they were sort of sentient, but not really. They couldn't like talk. They could just sort of had like bonds with people. Harry Potter, but they're not really like there's not much to them in Harry Potter other than the dragons. Like that's it. You know, there's not really any. There's not really that many interactions with them other than them trying to kill someone or escape from somewhere or whatever. So yeah, the only one I can think of that's modern worthy of gold is the Hobbit one, I think. Or maybe, actually, there was a book that I read when I was a kid. Oh yeah, they do. They do. In Gringotts, yeah. But then, is that dragon? That dragon's not hoarding the gold, is it? It's just guarding it. Like the goblins are hoarding the gold. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, there was a book I read when I was a kid called Eragon or Aragon or something like that. I'll be honest, I don't really remember what the plot was, but maybe that the dragon in that was something to do with gold. From what I remember of the book, it seemed like it was a lot more like fantastical and, you know, than more modern things. So it could have been. And then I haven't watched House of the Dragon, which is like the Game of Thrones prequel. I haven't got around to that yet because I didn't really like Game of Thrones Season 8. It was, well, I think most people didn't, but just specifically, I was not a fan. So, what has everybody been up to today? Oh, you've done quite a bit. Let's hear them. Well, if you want to share, I mean, let's hear them. If you don't want to share, don't worry about it. Did some work around the house, very nice. Me too today, a little bit, while I had a break. Went for a 1 hour bike ride, that's very cool. Very cool. I imagine in Norway there's like a lot of nice places to go and ride your bike. Yeah. And then you spilled water on your living room table. Well, I'm glad that all your stuff was like unharmed, because there's nothing worse than spilling a big glass or bottle of something all over a place where you're not supposed to spill it. Oh, but it got you to clean it. That's good. That's good. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was like with when I bought all my new like equipment last week for the streaming. It got me to clean my desk, which I hadn't done for a while, like give it a good polish and all that stuff. Because before that, I just, yeah, it's a bit messy. So sometimes it's good. Nice, Demi. Nice. You'll be doing this yourself soon. It's a fun hunt, isn't it? It's I mean, I've only just started it, but it's definitely very unique. It's nice having different encounters other than, you know, just the same one over and over again like we had for Slowpoke. But you're currently at 11,577 encounters for your second shiny. That's damn nearly. Well, it is. It's about 2.5, 2 2/3 over odds. That's crazy. Well, good luck. I hope you find it soon. What is the second shiny that you're hunting for? And what was your first shiny as well? Yeah, let's send Demi some shiny luck. I feel like you need it. Blipbug is what you're after, right? And you phased twice. Ooh. See, I've never been much of a if I like phase on something, I'm like, okay, that's what I'll take. So that is some good dedication because, I mean, if I was like doing it offline, like if I was doing like a, you know, like a post-game shiny hunt and I was hunting for something specific, I would keep going until I got it. But if I was doing like a badge quest or something, I would always be like if I was hunting for Blipbug and I got Lotad or something, I'd just be like, yeah, I'll take Lotad. So well done, good dedication. Oh wow, your starter was Buffalant. That is a good first Pokemon to get, for sure. I imagine that's quite. Did you catch that as well? Because I imagine that's quite like risky. You know, if, say you've got like a level, I don't know, level 10 Sobble or something like that, to catch the Buffalant as your starter, presumably that would be quite, I don't know, that would be quite risky because it might like just knock the one Pokemon you've got or the couple of Pokemon you've got. So, so yeah. But it's a good starter. I do like Buffalant. I wouldn't say you're crazy for sticking it out. It's just personal preference, isn't it? Like I would love to spend more time on, you know, like hunting something. You know, if I phase, but I think a lot of the time, because I'm doing it for the videos as well, I'm very aware of like, you know, if I spend 3 months on one Pokemon, then I might, it might just take me forever to get a video out. But on top of that, to be fair, I also do kind of weirdly like, and this is why I really like this hunt in particular, I like the rareness, not rareness, sorry, randomness of what I'm going to find. So like when I did the Route 2 hunt and I got Rookidee, I really wanted Lotad, but I was like, oh, but I could also get, you know, like Nickit, or I could get Purloin, or I could get Rookidee, and I quite like the not knowing what it is that I'm going to come out with and beat the game with, so. Hi Zem, Yeah, I guess it does make us all a little bit crazy to begin with, if we're all shiny hunters. It's a funny thing, isn't it, shiny hunting? It's painful at times, it is stressful at times, but it is so fun. It's just addictive. Yeah, so I think I don't know what level it is, but I remember looking when I was doing the preparation for this challenge, because there was a few Pokemon in the Isle of Armor that I was like, oh, I'd quite like. Like I was torn between whether I was going to go for like Skarmory or Druddigon, or I think I even looked at Bouffalant, to be fair. But even if it's low level, it's still like, because it's a one stage Evo. And I mean, I don't know how many Pokemon you had, but I'm like assuming if you went there like almost immediately, that you would still have kind of like a weaker team. So I imagine you still did really well to catch it, because I know if I'd gone there straight away, what would I have had? I would have just had my Rookidee that was like level 10 or something, and my Sobble that was like level 7 or something like that. So yeah, well done. Yeah, the Route 2 hunt is quite it's quite not frustrating, but there is quite a few encounters, isn't there? So you don't know what you're gonna get. I think you've been unlucky though, actually, because now I'm thinking about it. Sure, Blipbug is like one of the is it like a 40% encounter rate or something like that? So it's quite high, isn't it? So you've been unlucky in that regard. But yeah, just like Human said, just sending you the shiny luck. Hopefully it's right around the corner. You're probably gonna hate me, Demi, because I've got quite lucky in this challenge. I got Rookidee in 300 encounters. I got Tyrogue in 414 encounters, and it only took me 2,225 to find Slowpoke. So I've been quite lucky this time. Although I have been quite pleasantly surprised by how fast Sword and Shield are for encounters. It feels a lot faster than BDSP. I don't know if that's just because I have gotten used to how long encounters take because of BDSP. You know, like the more full odds hunts where you can only encounter one Pokemon at a time. But it feels so much faster than BDSP. That challenge was a real slog, and I remember thinking, originally I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do Sword and Shield as well. Like straight after BDSP. I always knew I was going to do it at some point, but I didn't know if I was going to do it straight away. But I don't know, like now I kind of don't know why I thought that, because it just doesn't seem slow at all for encounters. It's very quick. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. I mean the game itself, BDSP. There's definitely issues with it. So somebody asked me about this the other day. They were saying like, could someone say to me what's like, why are BDSP like bad? And that was on my BDSP like video, and like I replied to him saying like it's not that they're bad. I don't think that like that they are outright bad games, but it's just that they're like way too faithful to the original Diamond and Pearl. Like they had a really good opportunity to kind of give us a remake that was, you know, maybe platinum, but with even more sort of like even more like quality of life changes and even more like unique features. And they kind of just, instead of doing that, they kind of they were really faithful to Diamond and Pearl, but then they also only gave us like mixed things. So the Elite Four and Cynthia and the gym leaders all have like better difficulty spikes to them, where they've got like EVs and they've got like items and competitive movesets and stuff, and that's really great. But then you've got the friendship mechanic, which kind of makes it very difficult to be challenging, because it's actively like holding your hand. It's like, oh, your Pokemon survived on 1 HP because it just loves you that much. Or your Pokemon scored a critical hit just when you needed it to because it just loves you that much. And you can get rid of them by like using like the bitter herbs and stuff, but the point is that they gave a really good like quality of life change in making all the difficulty go up for the Elite Four and Cynthia, and then just sort of equaled it by putting the friendship mechanic in. So yeah, it's not that BDSP are bad, I just think they're a massive missed opportunity. People couldn't wait for Generation 4 remakes. I really couldn't wait, and then I remember they got here and I was like, they're okay. They're okay. Everybody wanted Platinum, and I just don't know why they chose to not do Platinum. They could have still done 2 versions, but with the same quality of life changes that were in Platinum. Also, you can't go back to the Slumbering Weld for like any encounters. Yeah, I was trying to wonder this the other day when I started the challenge, and you go into the Slumbering Weld. There's like is it like set encounters for a couple of Pokemon? But I'm sure I tried running around in the grass to see if you could like shiny hunt there, and I don't think you could. I think it was like a set encounter, and then once you've like run away from it or you've beaten it, you can only go on to the next patch of grass. It's very tutorial like. Yeah, exactly, Demi. It's like all they had to do to make a lot of money and really give us a good remake was just do Platinum, and they could have even have done you know, Diamond and Pearl, but made them like Platinum. I don't know. If that's what they wanted, if they were so set on doing version exclusives, they still could have done that. They could have called it like, I know this is really stupid, but just bear with me. They could like have called them Glimmering Platinum, and Scintillating Platinum. I don't know. That's stupid, but you know what I'm trying to say. They could have just done 2 versions, and still kept it as Platinum, but they didn't. They didn't want to for some reason. Very strange decisions. Yes, yeah, that's what I thought as well. When you go in the Slumbering Weld, it's like at the very start when you and Hop go in, because I remember thinking, oh, this is a really good opportunity for me to maybe do like a shiny hunt that people don't usually do. Maybe you can hunt in the grass here. And then I tried it and I was like, oh, I'm sure this is like like you said, a rigged encounter. It's like you can encounter this one in this patch of grass and then you go on to the next one. But yeah. Polished platinum, there you go. See, just anything really, like as long as but they could have just done 2 different versions if that's what they were so worried about. But that ILCA, man, they make some strange decisions. We were talking about this the other day, Demi, me and Human, about the fact that you can't catch a Spinder in BDSP and transfer it into Pokemon Home, and you can't do it in Pokemon Go either because they're both that ILCA. And the reason you can't do it is because the way they've worked the code for it doesn't work with Pokemon Home for whatever reason. And this is all ILCA's fault, because if you transfer a Spinder up from Pokemon Bank, it will go into Home. So it's a problem with Pokemon Go and BDSP. It's not a problem with like Home, as far as I know. And they've still not fixed it. So if you want a Spinder now, if you want like a living Dex and you want a Spinder to be able to transfer into Home, you literally have to have downloaded Pokemon Bank from the eShop before it was deleted, because otherwise you can't do it. And it's just like, how did they mess up something that was literally worked, what, like 12 years ago or something? It's just bizarre. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what the issue with it is. I just know that like there's, for whatever reason, it won't, and it must be to do with like the amount of patterns of Spinder, but they're just not compatible with Home. Because I was trying to look at like a living Dex challenge. I was debating doing it, and whenever I tried to like look at doing it, it just didn't work for whatever reason. You know, like every time I looked at someone's post online, it would be like, no, you can't do that. You have to transfer it up from Bank, and apparently it's still not fixed. Bizarre. But I guess my point is that that's the company that we're working with when it comes to BDSP. So the decisions they made in producing that game were clearly not good. Oh nice, you did a living Dex. That's really cool. So did you... Sorry, did a living Dex in Home, so did you catch the Spinder in BDSP or Go then? Or did you... Like, is it fixed now? Or did you transfer them up from Bank? Because I thought it still wasn't fixed, but if you've done it, then maybe it is. Maybe it is now. But I remember I read loads of posts about it, and I'm sure I saw posts that were like more recent. You did it in Emerald. Okay, all right, that makes sense then. Because I was thinking I was gonna buy like a copy of Auras just to do it, and then imagine if I'd done that. And then it turned out that I didn't need it. That would have been grim. Oops. Oh well, congrats on the living dex. That's brilliant. You did a challenge to catch every Pokemon from the game they were introduced in. That is really cool. That is really cool. I bet that was difficult as well, because I mean, you know, there's a lot of older games now that are just, oh, they're so expensive to get. Like if you've not already got them, I think I remember looking, because my copy of Platinum has started to go a bit funny, where you can't save really in it. It kind of, oh, it's not that you can't save. Sorry, it's that it crashes, so you have to save constantly, otherwise you lose pretty much everything you've done. And it's so like temperamental that it's just got to the point where you're saving so often that there's just no point in doing it. But I remember when I looked at like how much it was to get a replacement, and this is like a second-hand replacement from a place called CEX in the UK, which basically are just like I think like the American equivalent would be like GameSpot or something like that. They're really expensive now, like for any of the older games, like you're talking £100 plus for some of them. So that's really cool that you managed to do that in, you know, older games. It's brilliant. Yeah, I see. Hey, well, you did it. Yeah, really, really well done. No hacks, no cheats. It's impressive. How did you manage to like get like all the mythicals and stuff? Did you already sort of have some of them, or was it a case of like did you manage, like, did you have some sort of way of getting him in the old games or something like that? Because I know, like, for me when I tried doing mine, there was a way of like tricking the DNS setting, so you could like get old event Pokemon. That was like one way of getting some. Yeah, I see. The DNS thing is really cool. Really cool. Yeah, I see. Yeah, it's awesome how you can do that. I mean, it's just so much. It's just really good, isn't it? Because it's like I used to hate how it would always we'd always get limited by events anyway. So I think it's just like a really nice, like, screw you almost to Pokemon that we can trick the system into giving us old event Pokemon, because we deserve it. Paid all that money for all those games and systems and stuff, and they were like, nah, you can't have that Pokemon because you're not in the right part in the world. Or nah, you can't have that Pokemon because you didn't pay for this event. No. Just give us the Pokemon. Oh, 100%. I support to. I support to. Yeah. Do it. Go for it. Because they don't... I mean, like, in my opinion, I know that mythicals are very... I know they're supposed to be rare. I know they're supposed to be these, like, Pokemon that you don't see very often, but they don't release them anywhere near enough often enough. There's not like there should be like an event per year, or so, even maybe even sooner than that. But at the very least, there should be like at least one event per year where you can get all the mythicals. And there's just not, is there? They're very like. I think the last time Volcanion showed up was in Sword and Shield, like, what, 3 years ago or something? Maybe in Pokemon Go once since then. But, like, yeah. Yeah, I agree. That would be brilliant, yeah. A convoluted sort of quest where we've got to spend a lot of time to get it, to grind to get it, but once you've got it, you've got it. But just like saying, oh, you've got to like come on the game within a week, or it's gone forever. I'm like, why? Why would you do that to us? Yeah, it is a shame that you can't shiny hunt Zacian as well. Definitely. Definitely. That's another one. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, weren't we? We don't know when Koraidon is going to be out, or Miraidon. That could be years. We just don't know. It seems almost pointless to give them a shiny form if they're not going to be available. Oh, Zarude. Do you know what? Funnily enough, I think Zarude was in Pokemon Go recently. But I mean, there you go. I didn't know Volcanion wasn't in Go yet. That's nuts. How is Volcanion not in Go? Or hasn't been in Go? That's... just doesn't make sense to me, this. And then it's like... They released it in... Like I said, they released it in Sword and Shield, but that was... a good 3 years ago now, I'm sure it was. It was ages. Odd. Really odd. Yeah, I think Zarude was in it was in Go. It was in Go a few years ago. And then like for free for research, I think. And then I remember it got brought back this summer for maybe not summer, maybe just before summer. It got brought back for like a paid event, like what you said. But I never did it. I just missed out on it. And this is what I mean as well. Like, it's a paid event. It's limited time, and you miss out on it, and you're like, oh god, when's that next going to be out? There's no like, oh, well, I'll get it next year. It's like, will it even be out next year? I don't know. Yeah, to be fair, I don't play Go very often either, but there are occasional times that I do, and it can be good to fill in those last few Pokemon that you need for like a dex or whatever. In terms of like mythicals, because I think I've had like Meloetta, which you can now get in Scarlet and Violet, but I at the time got it in Go. Hooper I got from Go. I've definitely had a few more. So they are good, but still, it's the same sort of premise. It's limited time. Sometimes it's paid. You know, I think I paid... Oh, I got Marshadow this summer. But the Marshadow event was like... How much was it now? Was it like £7 or so? I think it was like... It was a decent amount when you think that you're only getting it for that Pokemon. So, yeah. Bit of a strange one. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean, Go is very, very limited, isn't it? In terms of it's all dependent on where you live and how often you can, you know, make it to the events and things like that. I mean, I'm quite lucky because I live in like quite a built-up area, so for me, I can go to like a big shopping mall with like a food court and things like that, and that makes it a lot easier for me because, you know, there's lots of people there, they're all playing Pokemon and things like that. But I imagine if you do live in a remote location, yeah, it's not really going to be helpful, is it? It's you can't really do much in it, because even if you get out and you walk an insane amount, it just doesn't work like that, does it? Which is odd, because that was the whole premise of Pokemon Go. It was meant to be get out, get active, but not if you live in a remote area. Upcoming community day this weekend with Cantonian and Galarian Ponyta. Very nice. I think I have a shiny Galarian Ponyta. Sure I do. Tippy says he used to be hugely into Go, but yeah, exactly, it's the same thing. Yeah, you're right. If you live in on the outskirts of a small town, it's like, of course it makes it difficult. Yeah, 2 kilometers to walk for one stop. It's wild. And to be honest, I do not blame you at all, mate. You know, if you, I don't blame you for cheating in it, because it does get to a point where you think, what else can I do? If nothing's showing up and you've got to walk an insane amount just to get like even the slightest sort of encounter or like interaction, there's just no point. So I do not blame you. Do not blame you, personally. I mean, I don't know how Go's like mechanics and stuff work. You know, for like how the populate areas. I'm assuming that we talked about it the other day, didn't we, Human? You said that it might be based on like old mobile phone data. But yeah, it's horribly optimized for people who do not live in a built-up area. Yeah. Oh, and you got a bike to help you around on research days. Nice. That's good. But like that, at least that's okay. Like if you've got like a decent amount of stops, but they're spread around, like you said, you can justify it a little bit more then, because Pokemon Go is to do with, it's supposed to be getting you out, getting you exercise and whatever. So you can say, well, fair enough. You know, as long as I can get to them reasonably. But it's when it's like, you know, 2 miles to this stop, then another 2 miles to this stop, then another 2 miles to this stop. It just becomes, probably, understandably, very frustrating. Oh, that's nice though. You used to bike to the harbour and then just sit around on the bench and like get the stops on over and over. That's really cool. That's like a nice memory to have from the game, at least. I mean, my town used to be, there wasn't like tons of people playing Pokemon Go, but my town was kind of it was like a main road which was on the way to other places. So there wasn't much in my town. You know, there was like one big store, maybe like a restaurant or two, but not much. And then like one huge road that would run right through the middle of it. But it was quite good for like stops and stuff. There would be. I remember the way I used to walk was like around this like park, and there used to be about 7 stops within about. So if I walked for 30 minutes, I'd get 7 stops, and I would just walk round and around and around over and over again. So yeah, wasn't too bad at all. Oh, nice, Demi. Okay, well, thanks for watching. It was nice having you here, and hopefully I'll see you again soon. Nice chatting with you. Oh yeah, that makes sense, yeah, Tippy, because gifting wasn't always a thing, was it? I know I played from the day Pokemon Go released originally, so I bet I'm not logged in at the minute, but I remember oh, definitely, Demi, yeah, definitely, we'll talk to you later. Yeah, I think I started in, was it 2015 when Pokemon Go came out, or 2016? Definitely one of them anyway. I remember I played it right from day one, and my like friends who weren't really into Pokemon, but because it was such a huge craze at the time, they'd all downloaded it just because they were like, oh, do you remember Pokemon from when we were a kid? And I was like genuinely excited for it anyway. And yeah, I remember we all like got in a car and like drove around like getting all the Pokemon and stuff. And then like over time, naturally, because they weren't really that bothered about Pokemon, they kind of fell off. And I just kept playing. But I remember gifting wasn't a thing back then, was it? It was very bare bones, the game back then. Like I remember having the same Pokemon, you know, like it was like I would just have about 20 Pidgeots, because that was all that was like Pidgeys were the only thing that was spawning around me, and a load of Raticates and things like that. Yeah. Oh, there was oh, you lost a shiny Charmander back then. Oh, that's brutal. Oh yeah, that is brutal. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Honestly, human, you are like literally the nicest person. The hype. It was. Like I remember, it was like an actual like cultural event. Everyone in the world was talking about Pokemon Go when it first released. It was huge. I remember it was so big that people were like worried about the impact it was going to have on like the community and stuff. I remember there was like not protests necessarily, but people there was like people who were like voicing the concerns on the news about how it might like create more like litter and stuff like that. Like it was just like a ridiculous cultural event, to the point of, like you've just said, one student saw a Snorlax and the whole class just like went to go and catch it. That is what it was like. And to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if back then like your teacher was just like, oh yeah, I'm going out to catch it as well, because that's just what it was. Everyone was into it. Yeah, the police had to start getting involved and saying like, you know, if you see a Pokemon on the train tracks, don't go and try and get it. You know, don't be doing that. It was just crazy, absolutely crazy. You was the teacher. Nice. Well, there you go. See, it was a fun time, Christian. It was brilliant. It is amazing. I feel like I would have been that teacher as well. 100%. It's funny how many like knockoffs it spawned as well. Like Pokemon Go was such a big deal that it also spawned all these like weird sort of, like I remember there was like a Harry Potter one. There was a Jurassic World one, which makes a little bit more sense because it's like in the Jurassic World movies, dinosaurs make it to the mainland, and so you can kind of go, oh well, yeah, catching dinosaurs, okay, that tracks. But like there was like a Harry Potter one. There's probably like a million like ridiculously daft ones that are just not even slightly applicable to the format. But it really was like groundbreaking, wasn't it? Because people just didn't. Games like that never existed before that, as far as I know. Were they by the same developer as well? I suppose that makes. I say it makes sense. I was going to say they'd probably have the technology and stuff, but when I'm thinking about that, I suppose there were so many different battle royale games as well that anybody could have picked up the format once it was out there and just said, you know, I'm making a game about it. But yeah, Harry Potter, Jurassic World. Jurassic World is a big one, definitely, and at least that one makes sense. I'm not so sure about the Harry Potter one, even if, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. Digimon. I didn't know there was a Digimon one. I used to really love Digimon when I was a kid, but I didn't even know there was a game for that. Roblox. Niantic's tried to recapture it over and over. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so they're just trying to like get whatever they can. I think you're right. You know, now I think about it, did Niantic do Jurassic World as well? I watch him. I don't not really watched him for a while, but I used to watch the Gaming Beaver, and he used to play it. I can't remember whether did Niantic do Jurassic World or not. But you're right. Oh my god, yeah. The impact on powerbank sales. Oh, but that was nuts. Harry Potter and Pikmin were from the same developers. Jurassic Park was another one. Wow. I didn't know Pikmin was one of those as well. I just remember seeing an absolute ton of different like adverts and, you know, where it was just literally the same thing over and over again. It was that game, but in a different format. I suppose that always happens though. Battle Royales, like we said, that's another one where people just copy it over and over again. Pokemon itself, honestly, the amount of adverts I get for like Pokemon games where I honestly have no idea how they get away with it, but they'll like literally take pictures of Pokemon, not even like different creatures, Pokemon, and they'll put them in their own little like startup game where they'll be like, battle using creatures, catch all of them, train them up to become more powerful, and it's like, it's just Pokemon, but it's not called Pokemon, it's called like creature fight battle something, you know what I mean? It's just like something stupid. There was Peridot 2, which was their own take at a creature capturing game. I don't know what that one is, to be fair. Peridot. I mean, to be fair, if you've remembered it, you probably haven't hallucinated it. It probably was a game because there was just a ridiculous amount of them. Oh, we've just passed 200 encounters after an hour and a half. So that's 400 in 3 hours, 800 in 6 hours. Not too bad. Not too bad. We'll see how we get on. Oops. So what I'm doing, Christian, is on my channel. Basically, I just do like entire playthroughs of a Pokemon game, but I can only use shinies. So we've done so far. I started with Let's Go Pikachu, then I moved on to Legends Arceus, then Scarlet, then I just finished Brilliant Diamond in about, I think, May of this year, and now we're starting on Shield, which is the last of my Switch games to do this with. I can only do it on the Switch because I don't have like the capture software to do it on a DS, unfortunately. But yeah, that's what I'm doing with mine. So, like Humans said, he's got so many shinies. He's definitely collecting them and giving them away because he's very, very kind. What about you, Christian? What are you doing with your shinies if you've got some? Yeah, you've got a lot of shiny Sliggoo and Larvitar, haven't you? A lot. Oops. Oh, you're trying to get a shiny Living Dex, Christian? Nice. That's really good. That's commendable. I feel like the but it takes time is the understatement of the century. I imagine that takes a lot of time. So good luck. Yeah, good luck. Chaining Spearow in Let's Go at the minute. That's a good one. Spearow's nice shiny. Fearow's nice shiny as well. So are you doing them in sort of like outright Pokedex order? Are you doing sort of the Kanto 151 first and then the Johto 100 next? Or are you just, is just Spearow just the one that you're up to at the minute in a different order? I mean, you guys, it's funny really because you guys are watching me, but you guys are really the hardcore sort of players. You know what I mean? I love like sort of recording my adventure, if that makes sense. So just I like playing the game, beating the game in a certain way, which is like in this instance shinies only. I have done Shield with only babies. Because I think if anything, Pokemon games are really good, but they need a bit of challenge in them to sort of really keep my attention. So I enjoy filming my adventure and showing it, but you guys doing things like a shiny living dex, or just, I mean, Human, you've got so many shinies, it's unreal. The commitment to it is phenomenal. I think I've struggled over the years as well with, like, specifically with different franchises, and what I mean by that is I do love Pokemon, really love Pokemon, but I also like love a lot of other stuff. And before my channel was a thing, I would flit from thing to thing. So I'd be like, you know, I really want to like play all the Jurassic World games and stuff like that, and then I'd be like, I want to play, I don't know, Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto, Call of Duty, whatever it was. I feel like you guys have really, you know, dedicated a lot of that time to Pokemon, and I am getting more to that point now because of the channel. Like, Pokemon is really the thing that takes up all of my time, but yeah, you guys are hardcore, you know what I mean? You're right, yeah, I suppose shiny hunters do always like watching other shiny hunters. It's a funny feeling, isn't it? It's a little bit like watching someone open up, like, I don't know, like watching someone gamble or something. It's like a vicariously living through them feeling. Because when you see someone catch a shiny, or you see someone hunting for a shiny, it almost gives you that same feeling as though you're doing it, even though you're, well, I know you are doing it, but just in addition. A bit of a random order, but I tried to focus on Kanto right now. You're 36 and ready your first game. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Well, I'm not far off turning 30, but I've been playing for a long time. I think same as you. Like, Red was your first game. Silver was my first game. So yeah. Yeah, Corvisquire's got a great shiny, hasn't it? I really like Corvisquires. I really like Corviknights. That's one of my favourite shinies ever. Don't know if we'll use Corviknight for the entire challenge because I've got what I had Corviknight in Scarlet, and it was actually my thumbnail Pokemon because I just loved it in that challenge. But we'll see. They are really, really good shinies. Really good. Yeah, well, there you go. Christian, yeah, took a year off and started again. It is, isn't it? Because I think sometimes you can really enjoy stuff, but want to just try something new for a little while. I definitely used to get that a lot. I've definitely committed to Pokemon a lot more now, but definitely when I was like in the past, before I had the channel, like I said, I would want to go and I'd get all into something. I would like I'd be watching loads of videos about Jurassic Park or World, I'd be watching the films, I'd be playing the games, and then it'd get to like 2 months later and I'd go, alright, I've had enough of that now, I'm going to move on to something else. But yeah, good for you that you started again on your Shiny Living Dex challenge, and yeah, good luck. Well, there you go, yeah. Human, yeah. I'm glad that you felt as excited when I got Slowpoke as you did when you got yours, but that is what it's like. It's just, you see someone, you're absolutely right, you see someone get it live in the moment, and it makes it a lot more special. And I think that's another reason I wanted to try streaming, because usually my videos are all, you know, well, I know you've seen them, Human, but if Christian's seen them or if anyone else seen them, I just record it offline, so you never see what my reaction is. I don't think I have a reaction like some people, maybe. I don't think I get really excited, like throw my chair around or anything like that, but I do tend to get very happy and smile a lot. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about shiny hunting. I get quite how do I describe it? At this point now, I'm not too excited. I'm a little bit like, we're only 227 encounters in. It's probably not going to be anytime soon. But I think the longer it goes on, you know, maybe as I get to 2,000 encounters, I start thinking, it could be soon. You know, the law of averages, it could be soon. And then if it goes to 3, I'm usually like really excited, because I'm like, right, I know I might not get it in 4096, but the likelihood is that I will. And even if I don't, it could be right around the corner after that. Yeah, I would say probably, I would agree. I would say I usually have a normal reaction. Like I would never, well, even when I got my Chimchar in BDSP, and I got it in 99 soft resets, which is like unreal. It should take way longer than that, and I got it really quickly. Even then I wasn't particularly like, I remember I gasped really loudly, and my wife was like, what's going on? And I was like, I found it. Can't believe I found it. It's here. I've got it. I can't believe I've got it in 99 resets. But I didn't like, I feel like there's people that would probably have like run out the room screaming. I'm not really like that. I'm a bit more like, just like you said, Christian, a normal reaction, I suppose. There you go, Human. Yeah. So you're just the same as me. Yeah. Maybe that's normal. Maybe it's normal to, the longer you get in, the longer a hunt goes on for, the more excited you get. But yeah, definitely. Some people get so unlucky. Like somebody commented on one of my videos, I think, yesterday, saying that when they hunted for one of the shiny starters in BDSP, it took them 800 hours, 27,000 encounters, and they seemed pretty like a pretty reputable source, because they had like they've got like a YouTube channel where they like hunt for shinies and stuff. So I don't think they were like lying or anything as well. And I was just like, what? 27,000? Imagine that. That's so over odds. It's just not even. I think I'd have given up. Oh, nice. Your first shiny was Wooloo this year. I do like Wooloo shiny. That's a really good one. But yeah, so you got it in. So it went over odds because is the shiny charm like 1 in 1365? Yeah. So when you hunted it again, you got it really quickly. You do feel a bit strange when you get them quickly, don't you? Because it's a mixed feeling. I know what you mean. When I got Rookedy and Tyrogue in like less than 500 encounters each, I was thinking, I don't know, like it doesn't. I don't know how to describe it. It's not that it's less exciting, but I certainly feel a bit odd. I do know what you mean. Can't put my finger on it. Yeah, Wooloo has a really great shiny. I don't like doubles as much, so I think that's a slight shame that doubles isn't as good. But oh, just a second, we've got a visitor. My dog's trying to claw his way into the room. Let me just let him in. Come on, Buck. Good lad. You can sit there with me. Oh, he wants to come sit with us. Come here then. Oops. Just put a blanket down for you and we can... Sorry guys, just a second. Here he is, he's back. Yeah, you're back. Back on stream. Oh, look at that yawn. It's tired. It's a tired boy still, aren't you? Bucky says hello, although he is tired, so I don't know if he's gonna lie down in a minute or not. You alright, dude? Oh, there we go. He's just... They tend to like croissant themselves, Dachshunds. So they're kind of like... He like moves around a little bit on my lap and then he like curls up. Thanks, Christian. Yeah, he is very cute. He's a miniature Dachshund as well, so he's very small. Bless him. Which is the only reason really he can sit on my knee, because otherwise, if he was like, I don't know, he was a bigger dog. I think even if he was a normal Dachshund and not a miniature, he wouldn't be able to, but because he's a miniature, he's still pretty small. Your exception was Regirock, but that was a full odds, yeah. I don't know what I prefer more when I think about shiny hunting. I don't know if I prefer the full odds hunts like now, or the post-game sort of shiny hunting when you've got, you know, the shiny charm, maybe other boosted odds, like how you can, you know, get your research levels to level 10 in Legends Arceus and that boosts it a little bit more, things like that. Oh, thanks Christian, no problem at all, thank you very much for joining, it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully I'll see you again. But good luck to you as well with the rest of your challenge. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know how I feel. I don't know if I prefer the full odds hunting or the post game sort of, you know, you're guaranteed to find a load of shinies kind of shiny hunting. I suppose there's merits to both, isn't there? But I think personally it's a really tough one as to which one I like. I can't put my finger on which one I prefer. What about you, human? What do you think for? Oh, look at my drink. It's gone all see-through. What do you prefer for like shiny hunting, like full odds or horse game? Right. Yeah, a lot less tedious, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, it's funny, once you've got Pokemon Home compatibility, you can usually breeze through the games, can't you? It's so... It's not like that time consuming, it's usually about like 11-12 hours or something like that. But it is the fact that you've sort of got to pay attention to it somewhat. And you know, just very quickly make your way through. And I think especially when, because you can just transfer in like a higher level Pokemon for the most part, can't you, and just very quickly like make your way through the game. But I did that for Shining Pearl, because when I was doing the Living Dex challenge, I was trying to just get through the game as quickly as possible so I could get to like the version exclusives. And it's not so much that you have to concentrate or whatever. It's more like the amount of time that is wasted on stuff that you're like, oh, just come on, I just want to get past this bit. So like trainer battles that you can't avoid, or the high level Pokemon you've transferred in not listening to you and not obeying properly, and battles taking forever. It was stuff like that that started to like get to me. So yeah, definitely better to hunt on one profile, I would say. But yeah, do you know what? I fully agree with you on that one. I think I'm like much more. I much more prefer active hunts as well. I think soft resets are actually really fun at times, but only, sorry, not fun. Like they're quite good for not having to pay attention to what you're doing. You just, you click the home button, spam A, and then home button, spam A. It's pretty much just that over and over and over again. So you can like binge TV shows, you can watch films, you can do whatever you want. But I do agree, it's quite, I think it's more fun to do something that's like active, where you like your character's running around and you actually having to pay attention. I think this one's a good example of that. It's, even though it is very basic, it's just one to the next, my brain's still being engaged, so it's not too bad. That's fair. So you're more of like you don't like, you wouldn't have enjoyed like the slowpoke hunt then that I did last time, because it was like, it was just run to this one, run to that one, run to this one, run to that one. I see. Oops. Yeah. I get all of that, to be fair. I didn't like the. I'm very glad that it didn't go on for very long. I didn't like the briefcase hunt in BDSP for the starters. That was painful. Even though it only took me 5 hours, and I'm not complaining because I got it really lucky. I was very lucky, but I just mean that wouldn't be a fun hunt because if it did go on for a while. But I didn't really mind the Spiritomb hunt, which was soft resetting. Actually, I didn't mind that too much because I had the full like 7 seasons of Scrubs on, and I just binged through them in like 2 weeks, and I think I got my Spiritomb in that 2 weeks as well. So it was kind of like I didn't have to pay attention, and I could watch something while I was doing it. But that wasn't too bad. Oh, got an itchy eye. Sorry. I feel like I've still been getting a bit of like... I have like really bad hay fever. I feel like it, even though it's autumn now, and it is autumn because it's getting colder and all the rest of it, I feel like this week I've had a bit of like hay fever symptoms, bizarrely. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, so you don't mind watching it, and you don't mind. I have like seeing someone else doing it in the background, but I know what you mean. Like for your own brain, that's not engaging enough for like you to be doing with the controller. Totally get you. I'm trying to think of what my version of like that would be. Oh, do you know what I really didn't like? Hunting in the Grand Underground in BDSP, because the like invisible walls and stuff are absolutely egregious, and yeah, just not a fun experience. And the Pokemon, when they see you, they try and like chase you around, but they're really aggressive. They're not like in Sword and Shield when they see you and the little exclamation mark goes off above the head and they try and like get a bit closer to you slowly. They're really like, they just charge at you in the Grand Underground, so not fun. I didn't enjoy that one personally. Can't believe we've been streaming for 2 hours. That's gone by so quickly. So quickly. Oh, nice. Your cat's come to snuggle with you. It's really nice having them, isn't it? They just kind of, I don't know, just keeping you company. It's lovely. How many cats have you got? Yeah, we've been going for, according to my like OBS, we've been streaming for just over 2 hours now, like 2 hours and 1 minute. which has just gone by like that. Oh, you've got 3 cats. That's lovely. That's really nice. Really nice. So one of them's really snuggly. What are the other 2 like? Still no shiny yet, Tippy, no. Although, to be fair, I imagine it'll take a while anyway. 266, well, 267 encounters now. It's 1 in 4,096, isn't it? So it could be a while yet. But it's not too bad. It's quite a quick encounter rate. I seem to be finding about 3 every minute. 1 in... Oh, yeah, there you go. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay between chat and my screen. We've been talking about this before. It's something to do with the way YouTube streams. There's a setting where you can like set your latency to low or high. Not low or high, low or normal. And but it's kind of like you either have a delay in the chat or the stream is a bit laggy, so I've kind of had to keep it like a little bit delayed. But yes, the odds are 1 in 4,096, so we'll see. Also, all of them are snuggly. That's good. That's really good. Oh, that's adorable. I've never had a cat, but they always seem really nice. They always seem super nice. That's brilliant. Cute as a button, but dense as a brick. I feel like Bucky is a little bit like that. For sure. Definitely. See, Bucky is like... loves snuggling. Loves being around people. But then also hates people. He's very funny. He's like... If we go out on a walk, he'll like bark at people, and sometimes he won't. It just depends. Bucky is here. Don't worry, we are talking about pets. Here he is. Here he is. You've got to look at the camera, because if you look, you're disappearing. You look like you've been snapped by Thanos. There we go. Cute as a button, aren't you? So he is here. He's so tired. The camera seems to work well for me. It cuts out my outline really well, but it doesn't really cut out Bucky's very well. I think it's because the wall behind me is quite dark, because this room was originally painted to be sort of like a cinema room, so it's like a dark blue. And Bucky's colour is like he's called a red brindle, but it's what it is like a very dark sort of reddish colour, so he kind of just blends in. I feel like we could use that description for a lot of them. We'll see you in a second, Tippy. wonder if Tippy's got any pets as well. I'll have to ask him when he comes back. And I imagine his son really likes Pokemon, because his dad seems to like Pokemon too. It's very off topic, but I've just realised something about Sword and Shield that I haven't talked about yet, and it's always confused me. And it's a good time to talk about it because we can see like my character model in the gym. Do you not think it's odd that they sell all of the different gym uniforms? Like you can have like the dragon type, flying type, you know, grass type uniforms, all them, but you can only wear this like sort of like standard white challenger uniform for the gyms. I've never really got that. I do like Sword and Shield's customization. I think it's got some really good like character customization, but I don't really understand why they limited the gym sort of like challenge ones to this. Because there's even, when you go into the gyms, there's a shop right next to the, where you like sign up for the gym challenge and you go through, and it sells all the uniforms. And I remember the first time I played Sword and Shield, I did like a dragon type, like mono run. And I bought the dragon uniform because I was like, oh, this is going to be really cool. Like, I'll have a dragon team, I can wear the dragon uniform, I can go to like all my gym battles dressed as that, and then like I bought it and then he changed into the normal one and I was like, no, that's not right. Why is he doing that? It's strange. Really strange. It could be, yeah, you're right, it could just be a coding error, maybe. That's a good point. Yeah, because it doesn't make sense. The only other thing I can think of is like maybe they wanted, because Marnie wears that uniform and Hop wears that uniform, and presumably any of the other background characters, they also wear it. Maybe they wanted it to just be uniform. They wanted the uniform to be uniform. But I don't know, it seems like I would have loved to have picked out a different one, personally. Like I imagine like the psychic one, like a really bright colouring one, would be good for a shiny challenge. But we're stuck with this one. I was also pretty sad yesterday because when, like off camera, I was trying to get I went to the Isle of Armor, so you know the lady who like changes your bike uniform, because I finally got the bike. I like when you go across to Hullbury, you help that like doctor guy, don't you, against Team Yell, and he gives you the bike. And I was like, oh brilliant, I've got the bike, I'll go to the Isle of Armor, I'll change, because I cannot tell you how much I hate the Rotom like bike colours. Oh, they're so vomit inducing. I know it's really harsh, but they're just like god awful. And I remember the DLC ones actually being like really cool, and you have like that like nice like helmet as well. So I went to try and change it, and she said, come back when you've got a bike that travels on the water. And I was like, Oh. That sucks. That's not very good. So I'm stuck with the Rotom colours, unfortunately. Which is really sad, in particular, because I'm going to be stuck with them when we do the egg hatching for like Lantern or Chinchou, and I really didn't want to be stuck with them for that. I wanted some nice new ones, so but we're not going to be. Tell you what, I was also considering yesterday. I've never thought about this before, but the Rotom bike, when you watch someone ride around on it, it's like Rotom's connected to the bike and it will give you like an electric sort of boost every so often. But when you use the like the electric boost, the turbo or whatever it is, you see all the electricity like buzzing around the bike. And I always just think, well, I was thinking yesterday, like, would that not like electrocute you? And especially because it's not even like a widespread thing. It's not like some shop offers this design. Some random surgeon who you meet on a bridge gives you this like bike and says, oh, by the way, I've installed some sort of like device into this which can connect with Rotom to give you a turbo boost. Don't be alarmed when you see electricity like sparkling all around you on a metal bike. It won't electrocute you. My design has been, constructed to exact specifications. You can trust me. I'm not an engineer, I'm a surgeon, but this design that I've got for this electric bike works perfectly. Just seems a bit dodgy. I wouldn't be trusting him personally. I would not take a bike from someone on a bridge ever, especially if they're dressed like a surgeon. Seems strange. Yes, you can. So you can change the non-DLC bike uniform. You are spot on. I went to him the other day, but you can only change the colours to like the colour of the lead Pokemon in your party. Now that's not too bad, but when I tried doing it, it doesn't translate very well. Like tried it with Corvisquire, thinking like, oh, grey and black, that'll look nice. It didn't really. I think it did it as like the flying type. It doesn't do it as the colour of the lead Pokemon, it does it as the colour of the type. And I tried it with a few different like types and it just didn't. Like, it didn't look any better. It somehow looked worse than what the clown uniform looked like to begin with. So I was like, never mind. I'll just stick with it. If anybody's got any suggestions of like a type that's a good colour for the bike, let me know, because I will do it if I can, if it improves it. But yeah, it just didn't seem to. Steel maybe, yeah, good shout. I'll have a look at Steel. I don't think I've got any, but I can go and catch one. It'll only take me a minute to catch one. I think I tried fighting because I thought, fighting would be good. Because it's like a it's like a red, isn't it? Like an orangey kind of the symbol. But when I tried Hitmontop, it wasn't very good. Grass, I'll try grass as well. I'll have a little look if should probably have a grass Pokemon somewhere. Well, again, it won't take me long to catch one. So dark type, oh yeah, good shout. I think I went with just what I had in my party. So I had obviously flying, fighting, psychic, and then what have I got in my box? Oh, I can't remember for the life of me now. But yeah, well, I'll have another look. I think a part of the problem with it as well is it's like the colour is definitely awful. I want to change the colour, but even like the patterns on it are a bit. I don't know. I don't know who okayed the design basically, but I suppose there's another Sword and Shield conspiracy. Did they make the bike uniform so terrible just so that in the DLC that you need to pay for, you can change it to something really cool? You know, did they purposely make it rubbish so that you go, oh, I don't really want to pay for the Isle of Armor DLC, but I do want to get rid of this awful bike type. Please take my payment. A shiny type, that would be good. Pearlescent white with pink accents and glitter sparkling all over. That would be good. I would like that. For sure. But it just like, the default just looks like, it doesn't look like Rotom, it looks like a clown costume. Well, yeah, the legendaries are pretty good too. Yeah, you are right. There's a lot of good stuff in the DLC. I do really like Sword and Shield's DLC. It's quite funny as well because I don't usually see people get outraged over DLC. Like, Call of Duty's done it for years. Tons of games have done it for years, including, you know, big ones like Fallout and things like that. But people really didn't like it when Pokemon did DLC. And don't get me wrong, I know I'm joking around saying, oh, maybe they made the bike colouring so bad so that you had to buy the DLC. But I just mean, in general, I did actually really like the DLC, but people did not. I remember when they first like came out and it was announced that they were going to be there, people were furious with it. Which I don't entirely blame them for, but what I don't understand is, you know, why it's not really, nobody really cares when it comes out in another game. But then when Pokemon said they were going to do it, everyone was like, what? Absolutely not. Fairy is white with pastel pink. Oh, okay. I'll have a little look at Fairy as well. Yeah, anything, any sort of improvement, hopefully, would be great. Um, 306 encounters. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. One thing that's slightly frustrated me about this challenge, this hunt, is that I keep forgetting that you need to press A when you like send your Pokemon out. So like now, go Mave, I have to press the arrow for it to progress. And I keep forgetting. And then the screen just stays there for a second and I'm like, why is it? Oh, I've got to press the button. Because I'm just so used to it, just throwing the Pokemon out. What happened to my starter? My starter is in the box at the minute. Because the starters are shiny locked. So if you want a shiny starter in this game, you've got to breed for them. And yeah, so it's in the box. My starter, my true starter, really was Rookidee, which is now a Corvisquire. Maeve, she's about to appear on screen. There she is. So yeah, I mean, I could shiny hunt the starter if I wanted to breed for it, but if I'm honest, I don't think I'm wanting to hunt the Galarian starters. I would have, yeah. I think I'd rather just hunt different Pokemon. So I've said Lantern is going to be one. And I think Tyrantrum is probably going to be my other one for breeding. Everything else will be like a random encounter or a soft reset or something. Yeah, it is. It's shiny locked in this game. To be fair, it's surprising how many games the starters are shiny locked in. At least on the Switch, like Let's Go, you can't get a shiny Eevee or Pikachu. Legends Arceus, you can't get a shiny Cyndaquil, Oshawott or Rowlet. Scarlet and Violet, you can't get a shiny of any of those starters. It's only BDSP that you can hunt for the starters in. So I agree, it's not nice. I think there should be more opportunities to do that. Oh, you can in the demo. In the demo for which game? Which one? I'm intrigued now. I didn't know this. This is new information. Oh my god, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. But you can't keep it either. That was a bit gutting. Ah, sorry, okay, I'm with you. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. That's quite a unique hunt. I imagine there's people out there who would like to do that. You know, who would like to try and get it just to say they've got it, even though they can't keep it. Wow. Demos are a really interesting and like weird thing in Pokemon. Like I remember there was a demo for Oras that had like its whole own like little story, where you went to like an island with Steven. And then I think was it kind of like a mini version of the Latias Latios part that happens in Oras, but like at the start it was slightly different. And then Sun and Moon had one, or it might have been Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, I can't remember which one, but you could get the Ash Greninja in that demo. I remember I've got that in my Pokemon home. I'll be honest, I didn't realise there was even a demo for Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That's new to me. I didn't know that. Yeah, I would agree. I don't like shiny locking at all. I think presumably the reason they do it. No, actually, no, that doesn't even make sense. I was going to say presumably the reason they do it is to like keep things more rare, but when you think about it, why would they shiny lock a starter that you can get as a shiny if you breed for them anyway? That alone doesn't make any sense. Because you could just get it later on, so it's not like. And if anything, you could get it much easier later on because you could use Masuda method to breed for it. So it's a really strange decision, I think. Yeah, I suppose that is it, isn't it? They want us to play the story rather than just sitting around at the start of the game for hours and hours and hours. I mean, yeah, but then why did they do it in? Why did they not do it in BDSP? But then again, I suppose that wasn't Game Freak, was it? That was ILCA, so that makes sense now, maybe, as to why you could do it there. I think you are right though. I think it's like a control thing, isn't it? It's like they want it to be. I would agree. They want it to be on their terms because presumably this was something they never thought about when they were like years ago, because there was definitely games that were where you could do that. Like, I'm pretty sure you can shiny hunt in, you know, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Sapphire, Ruby, Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. Like, yeah, don't know, just a bit sad, but I do agree. I think you're right as to why they've come to that reasoning. Yeah, true. The uncatchable style, he can be shiny. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Cosmog's shiny locks. Is that like that's like the gift one, isn't it? I think is Poipole the same as well. That you get as you get gifted to you by the person in the Dynamax Adventures like lure, or the Dynamax lure, or whatever it's called. Yeah. It is. It is really frustrating. But I have seen, and this is at the risk of being, you know, Game Freak not being happy with what I'm about to say, but they're never going to see this. But I have seen interviews where people have said to Game Freak about like what's their opinion on like Nuzlocke and things like that, and they hate it. They do not like it when people try and beat the game in any way other than what they've intended it to be played as, which I think is really sad, because I think it shows almost just like a lack of awareness for what your audience likes and what they want, and I think it shows that they will never listen when it comes to things like shiny locking, or things like a difficulty level, you know, like different difficulties, like easy, medium, hard, things like the friendship mechanic being removed and things like that. They want the game to be one way, and they only want you to play it in that way, and I think that is a shame, to be fair. But the interview I watched with them was like someone saying, you know, like, are you happy with Nuzlocke and stuff like that? And they outright said, no, we don't like that. We don't want you to be doing that. We want you to play the game how we've designed it. And I remember thinking, wow, that is weird. Oh, nice, you've started a shiny only challenge in Heart Gold. That is going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Enjoy, and good luck as well. Good luck. Have you found any shinies yet? Like, have you got your starter yet, or are you still going? Yeah, I would agree, human. Yeah, definitely. I think that is the problem. And the thing is don't get me wrong, I have no problem with that vision when it comes to things like the story and the characters and all that sort of stuff. Like, I understand why they wouldn't like maybe somebody taking a Pokemon game and changing it to sort of have a different story and have different characters and things like that in it. But what I don't understand is like the almost like arrogance of being like, no, we know best in terms of every aspect of the game, to the point of like, look at it like this: if I was a game developer personally, and people were finding different ways to play my game, they were trying to find like different creative ways. Not only would I be quite happy that people were doing that, because it makes the game more popular, it gives it like a longevity. It means that people will play it more often and for more years, because there's more like replayability to it. But I would probably also be asking, why do people feel the need to play the game in a different way to the way that I've intended it? And there will be some answers, like there'll be, well, for a bit of challenge, or for a bit, like maybe for just for fun, and those are fine. But there will also be answers where it will be like, maybe like I do the shiny only challenges because I want to inject a bit of challenge into it, because I find them too easy. And I think that's the problem for me, is that's a genuine criticism of the games. They are too easy. Even if they're designed to be towards children, you could very easily fix that with difficulty levels, and for them to be arrogant enough to kind of be like, we know why people are changing the way they're playing the game, and it's to make it more difficult. We know that that's an issue, but we're not going to do anything about it because this is what we think is right. I just think is a bit sad. You've gotten Totodile. Oh wow, that is awesome. 100 encounters ish. That's brilliant. Congrats. Totodile is a really good shiny as well. That whole line is beautiful. So really good. I tell you what's really impressive about that as well is Heart Gold like 1 in 8,192? It's not 1 in 4,086, it's like double. So if it is, that is crazy lucky. That is really good. Really good. Right, we're coming up to 2 hours and 34 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 350 encounters, and then I'm going to have a small break just to go and let Bucky out and get another drink. And then, yeah, I'll come back and we'll keep going. We'll see how long we can go for. Yeah, I see what you mean. So it's like it's not too slow. It's quite quick to get through them. But still, that is really low. That's awesome. Really awesome. I can't remember how it works in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Does it when you're shiny hunting the starters, do they show us shiny like in the like when you go up to the 3 Pokeballs and you like switch around to each one? Do they show us shiny there, or do you have to like choose them and then look at their stats in your party? Alright, yeah, so there's no... I didn't think there would be like a sparkle or anything, but like you can just see by looking at it that it's a different colour to the usual. That's good. That is good. That makes things quicker, doesn't it? Rather than having to like choose it and then look in your party, that would be. Because I know sometimes like for the briefcase hunt in BDSP, they don't show us shiny in the Pokeballs in the briefcase. You have to like just pick them and then throw them into battle, and only then when they like pop out of the Pokeball in battle do they show us a shiny. So yeah, that is really good. What is going to be your next hunt in Heart Gold? He's growling at someone. Oi. No more. Right, I'm going to cut it short to go for a break because he'll just carry on. So, I won't be too long. And then we'll pick back up. See you in a bit. I'm back. Thank you. I'm here. Got another drink. Ready to go. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I think the next hunt is definitely going to be interesting because the next one's going to be Vespiquen, and I don't really know whether it will be entirely achievable on stream. I think I might need to do some offline hunting as well for it, because it's just going to be, it's going to take me so long to hunt, I imagine, with the soft resetting. You're a proud aquaholic. I get that. I'm sort of like a Pepsi fiend personally, but not like sugar. I can't have like sugar, full fat Coke and full fat Pepsi. I could only ever have like Pepsi Max or Diet Coke or Coke Zero or anything like that. But yeah, drink a lot of pop. Well, we'll have to see on Vespiquen. I'm torn because I would love to do all of it on stream, but I do think that's going to be a really long shiny hunt, and because a lot of it's going to be soft resetting, I'm not sure how. I don't know. I'm not sure how entertaining of a stream it would be. But then again, I suppose this is the same thing, isn't it? It's just slightly different. You're not seeing the loading screens all the time. Guess we'll see. Maybe I'll do like a stream to start, and we'll see how we get on. We'll see how long it takes to find, you know, like, I don't know, 500 Vespiquen. You are right, it may be beneficial to my sanity to have company. Yeah, good point. See, the only the streaming is great. Can I just say I absolutely love this. I love coming on with yous and being able to speak to yous, and it just makes the shiny hunting so much better. So thank you. The only like slight issue I have with it is that like I have to organise the streaming, don't I? Whereas say tomorrow, I just had like a spare half an hour to like dedicate towards a hunt. I could usually just like do that, whereas now it's kind of like, oh, I need to plot out a lot of time to stream. So we'll see with Vespiquen. I think I would certainly like to do all of it on stream, but I just don't know what it's going to be like. So we'll test it out. We'll see. It's a while away yet. We've not even found this one, and I'm already thinking of the next one. Yeah, good shout about taking the first gym before going to the next hunt. Yeah, definitely. But you've not decided on your next hunt. In Heart Gold, let me think. Well, after you beat the first, are you doing like? I'm assuming you're doing like sort of like a badge quest. You may have said that already. I'm sorry if you haven't. I've missed it. I'm gonna have a little look. Am I? Oh, there it is. Oh, no, right, okay. So, if you are doing a badge quest, who would you have available after your first gym badge? I mean, there's the Ruins of Alpha, isn't there? You can find Unknown there. That could be an interesting one, but, you know, that's maybe not the most, like, beneficial team member. They're quite weak, aren't they, Unknown? So, but it could be a fun hunt. Who else is there? The Sprout Tower. That's got Ghastly. I think you can find Mareep just outside of like Violet City. Can't believe I forgot that then. Have you got any suggestions for him, Human? On second hunting Heart Gold? There's Slowpoke Well as well. I don't know if Slowpoke Well actually spawns Slowpoke or not. Can't remember for the life of me. You would think it does because of the name, but now that I'm thinking back, I don't remember seeing any in there. It's a shame because as well you just miss out on before you go to, before you beat your second gym badge, you just miss out on the sort of like move tutor for Headbutt, and Headbutt would have let you like Headbutt or like any of the trees that were in, like, let's say Asley Town, and you can get like Heracross and I think like Apom, Pineco, like a few others, like really like cool really cool shinies. So that's a bit of a shame that you just miss out on that. That's for Human. Sorry, didn't realise. Or I probably forgot. My memory. Yeah. I think a good well, not a bit of advice, but it's because it's obviously totally up to you. But when you are like deciding on your next shiny, I tend to like go on Cerebi. If you've never been on it, it's called like Cerebi.net, and it's a really cool website where it basically gives you every single bit of like information about Pokemon that you could possibly hope for. And it has this thing on it called Pokeearth or Pokeearth, and you can literally go through like route by route, what Pokemon are on that route, what trainers are on that route, what items are on that route. So sometimes it can be a good thing to just like take a look and see what is on your next route, what would be on every route up until the next town, things like that. So I'd probably do that and have a little look, and then just decide whichever one takes your fancy. Yes, you are right. Such things do come with old age. I genuinely feel so old. Like, I'm not even 30 yet, but I swear I act like I'm 70s easily. All the time. Go to bed really early. Need a good cup of tea in the morning to wake me up. Complain about, you know, the smallest things. Definitely already have back pain. And a terrible memory to boot. Yeah, you could, yeah. Totodile would easily take the second gym, you're right, yeah. And I mean, I don't do badge quests usually. I follow a rough format of like badge shiny, but there's sometimes where like in this challenge I got 2 shinies before the first gym, and then I might do like 2 gyms and then 1 shiny. So just, you know, just whatever you fancy, really. But yeah, Cerebi is so helpful. It's my favourite website for like Pokemon, anything Pokemon related, because it's got everything, and it's honestly I've never really seen it be wrong either. Cerebi, it's so accurate. The guy who like runs it should be very proud, because it's I don't think it's very often that you find something that's just so spot on, but Cerebi always is. Yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. I mean, I can't say anything because I do go to bed early, but I do know what you mean about you're like, oh, I'll just do this, and then like you look and 3 hours have passed or whatever. I mean, this stream's a good example. We're coming up to 3 hours now. Doesn't feel like it at all. But if I had to go and do something like serious, like housework, it would feel like 3 hours. I've gotten this, like, particularly recently, I've gotten to the point of, I know if I go and like lie down on the bed, so say like we finished the stream at 10:30 and I wasn't tired, I was like, oh, I could stay up for a while longer. If I went and lay on the bed to watch TV, I'd be asleep within like 20 minutes. That's what I've become like. Like if I sit up in the chair, like in my gaming chair here, and I'm playing like my games, or if I go down to the living room, or you know, like I sit at the dining room table or whatever, I'm totally fine. But the second I lie on the bed, my eyes just start going. Yes, I understand that. Yeah, you don't want to eradicate or anything. It is tough because there isn't really a way, is there, of not guaranteeing it. So I think you've made a good point there. Maybe what would be good to do would be beat the second gym, and then once you've beat the second gym, you could I don't know. You could do whatever you wanted. You could go to. Trying to think. I don't know how it works in Heart Gold. I don't know whether this is shiny locked or not, but you could do the Voltorb flip to buy a Pokemon from the gambling place and then see if that's shiny. Don't quote me on that though. I don't know if that is shiny locked or if you can get a shiny from it. But that could be a good one. Headbutt, like I said, you could find places where you could headbutt to get like just like good encounters. Sudowoodo as well, that's probably not shiny locked. I think not long after that, Bill gives you an Eevee in Goldenrod, so that's probably another good hunt if you can do that. So yeah, you've got quite a few there that you could do, but they're all after the second gym, so you've got a little bit longer before you get to that. It does not feel like 3 hours at all, does it? I must say I am really enjoying the streaming because it definitely makes time pass faster when I'm doing the shiny hunts. And I think as well, like, I know before I was talking about like binging TV shows, but I think I get to the point where I'm almost just not concentrating when I'm watching things that are on in the background because it's like it's just on. It's passive, you know. I'm not really paying attention to it. Yeah, I'm just putting things on to listen to in the background. I have started listening to. I used to listen to it, but I always end up struggling with podcasts and stuff because I really like them at first and then I get a bit bored. But I really like, there's a show, it's an American comedy called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's really good comedy. And the guys who like made that and star in it, they've got a podcast. It's a very good podcast. I've started listening to that again. So if I wasn't on with you guys, I would probably be listening to that. But I like listening to that while I'm working. So I suppose that's another bonus because I'm not using all of it up. Because there's only so many episodes. Oh, how am I feeling about ZA? That's a very good question. I cannot wait for it. I'm a little bit, only slightly worried that maybe they might struggle to live up to Arceus. But I would like to think that they would be sensible enough to kind of say, listen, Arceus was really good. It worked. It was, you know, it was a good format. It was a good storyline. It was a nice, like, the way it was, like, the theme of it and the time period, like, the cinematography of all of it was perfect. The music, I would hope that they would be like, those were all the really good things about Legends Arceus. Let's keep that going in ZA. But my worry is that they're going to try and change it. But let's hope not. I don't think I am worried for it, really. I think I'm more just, like, looking forward to it. What about you two? You both looking forward to the Megas, specifically? Charizard? I wonder if there will be a Charizard. We were talking about this the other day, weren't we? I'm hoping that there's something new, different. I would like to see them give Megas to whatever the starter Pokemon are, which I'm assuming will be like a mix, like what it was in Legends Arceus, and not all from one generation. I'd like to see some returning Megas, but maybe not the overly popular ones. Like I would like to, I don't know, just see, like, I think I said the other day, Ampharos, Altaria, we all want Flygon. I think that one's pretty obvious. So yeah. Finally a real Zygarde game. Yeah, you're right, because we never got that, did we? Yeah, there was no third version for that one. We've not had third versions for a while now, have we? Now I'm thinking about it. What was the last third version? Let's have a think. So there wasn't one for Scarlet and Violet, there wasn't one for Sword and Shield, there wasn't one. Well, there sort of was one for Sun and Moon, wasn't there? But not. I don't think Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon count as a third game. I would say they count as their own story, their own thing, maybe. So I'm trying to think of what the actual last third one was, and I can't for the life of me remember. Was it? It wasn't Platinum, was it? Was it? I don't think it was Crystal, you know, because Crystal was, yeah, Crystal, then Emerald, then Platinum, but I can't think of one since Platinum. Oh right, sorry, you meant Platinum. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I can't think of one since then. Oh no way! Really? Are you not gonna play if it's like the same sort of style as Arceus? I'm very fond of not being murderized. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's not for everyone, is it? It's a different. It's kind of like a different type of game. I did really like it, but I will say I can understand, like, if you're used to just like sort of playing the usual format of Pokemon, it is quite jarring to switch it up to Legends Arceus. Takes quite a bit of practice as well. I remember every time I go back to Arceus, I always have to like relearn the controls quite like for quite a while before I get used to it again. I can't just dip straight back in. It's always like I was like What's opening the bag again? What's throwing the Pokeball? How do I switch between my Pokeball, and my team? What's the dodge button? So, I get that. But yeah. At the risk of you missing out, I must admit I am looking forward to a bit of murdering from the Pokemon. I do look forward. I am fond of being murderized in the Legends games. But I guess we'll see. It might not be, because I was reading the description again today, because somebody asked me the other day, is Legends ZA going to be in the... Is it going to be set in the past, like Legends Arceus was, or is it going to be set in the future? And I was like, I don't actually know, because I remember the description saying that like a rebuilding project was underway in Lumio City. And I thought, well, that could be past or future, but I went back and read it again today. It's definitely past, because it says something like a rebuilding project is underway in Lumio City to make the city a place for both people and Pokemon. And I thought, well, when we are in the present day in Kalos, Lumio City is already a place for people and Pokemon. Like, people and Pokemon are, interacting. You've got trainers with Pokemon, all that stuff. So that it can't be in the present day, and I don't see it being in the future because it's already a thing. I am wondering if it's in the past, and it's like after the Pokemon War, maybe. That is it. AZ talks about maybe it's like a rebuilding project, as in the city itself needs to be rebuilt after the war, or it just needs to be rebuilt to be more peaceful, where Pokemon and people can like coexist and not be, I don't know. So I guess my point was, I suppose we don't know what the gameplay is going to be like. I would assume it would be like Legends Arceus, but there's a possibility there for them to just make a Pokemon game. Maybe Legends Arceus was just a one-off experiment, and they are going to change the formula up. I guess we'll see. I can't wait for it though. Either way, really can't wait. I wonder when it's going to come out, because it's not got an actual release date yet. It's just it just says 2025. Doesn't say what month or what, doesn't even say like summer, spring, autumn. It just says 2025. At least from the post I looked at today. So maybe it'll be a farming sim. I mean, it. Do you know what? It actually sort of could be something like that. It's hard to know, isn't it? Because if it's a rebuilding project in Lumios, you would presume that you would be heavily involved with the rebuilding of Lumios. But I don't know. I suppose I struggle to see how that would fit in with the with like the villain plot or whatever's going to be in the game. It's going to be exciting. I've spent so much time in Arceus that I just can't wait, because I feel like I'm going to do one more video on Arceus and then I think I'm done with it. Like, well, not forever, but definitely like for a good while. I'm going to do when we complete the Shield Shiny Only Challenge, I'm probably going to do a Legends Arceus Full Odds Shiny Only Challenge. But I'll have played it so many times by that point. I mean, to be fair, I'm surprised that there aren't more Pokemon games like that. Like, we have had spin-offs in the past, haven't we? We've had Pokemon Ranger, Mystery Dungeon. Do you remember that, like, Conquest one? I never played that, but I remember it. There was a racing one. There was Pokemon Snap. Yeah, there's been tons, but I don't know. I agree. I'm sort of not surprised, but I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if some kind of game came out like that. Magikarp Jump. Was that like a game? Like an actual game? Like I don't think I've ever heard of that. Magikarp Jump. God. What? Pokemon Masters have dating? Really? I didn't know that. I really did not know that. I have seen Pokemon Masters pop up every now and again, where like somebody posts like a screenshot of them, of like the conversations going on. But I didn't know it was anything like that. That's bizarre. That's really bizarre. Because I've never seen Pokemon really venture into that territory, so it's kind of like, it just seems so alien. Would a Latias and Latios game work as a Legends game? It definitely could do. I mean, this is the thing. The Legends is such an exciting format because there's so many games they could come up with. There's so many ideas they could run with. Trial. You know, if somebody released, remember when they had Legends Arceus? Somebody straight away made like a Legends Celebi, and they made like all the concept art for it. They made ideas for it, what Pokemon could appear in it and things like that. I just think I don't think games in the future have all that much of a. I don't think games in the future have potential, personally, to be as fun as games in the past for Pokemon. Because I think with Pokemon, there's obviously a huge theme within the games of like legends and myths and stories of like things that happened years and years and years ago. So Legends is just this perfect opportunity to tell all those stories and to come up with their own original spin on events that are being told in future Pokemon games. Like Legends Arceus is such a good representation of, you know, what you see in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. And it pays homage to like the region and the characters and the Pokemon and everything just really, really well. You know, Generation 2 with Johto, the whole region is really not reliant, but how do I word it? The whole region of Johto is like, the best parts of it are about the legends and the myths and years and years and years ago, the burn tower burned down and the Pokemon inside perished and became these like legendary beasts, and there's just so much like history to it and all that kind of stuff. So it's really exciting seeing the Legends games because they could just go anywhere. They could go to any of the regions and come up with a cracking story about what happened in that region thousands of years before you beat the game in the future or in the present day. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you can still do the normal generations, 100%. Because we do need those, I think, and I think it's always beneficial to have new games come out that are in that normal format. But yeah, Legends is just brilliant. And you're absolutely right, it could work for, Mew, Celebi, Jirachi, Kyurem. You could even, you could just do it with any of them. Sun and Moon, how the trials started and how the islands started, and Ultra Beasts showing up thousands of years ago, or like we said, Legends Celebi could just be, I don't know what you would do necessarily for Legends Celebi, but Johto would be a really good region to focus in on in the past, because there's just so much sort of mystery to Johto. I think there's not a lot of things that are explained or gone into detail on. It's very just bare bones. You just go through, beat the gyms, move on. So I think there's a lot of potential for them to just create stories. I think Black and White definitely with Kyurem, and Reshiram and Zekrom would be a really good way to go. I don't know. I feel like I'm just rambling, but my point is the best part of the Pokemon games for me are the myths and the legends and the little stories that people tell about what happened in the region thousands of years ago. It's really fun to think about what it could be, and then to see a game sort of work on all that and produce it and come out with something that explains what happened, or maybe shows it in a different perspective. So you're absolutely right. And don't worry about the no, your writing's all totally fine, totally fine. But I know what you mean. I'm terrible at writing on mobile keyboards. Awful. If both of you could sort of, or anyone else in the chat, if there's anyone else around, could pick a generation or a game to base a Legends game on, what would you pick and why, if you can? Nice, you'd like to go out to Gen 1. Pokemon Legends Magikarp, where it finally gets to evolve into a dragon type. I mean, Magikarp is a really good Pokemon. Cracking shiny. I wonder if Mega Gyarados will come back for ZA as well. That's a Mega that I'd forgotten about. I feel like Gen 1 is one of those games as well where if they did make a Legends game of Gen 1, because because Kanto is quite like, again, it's a bit like Johto where it's quite bare bones, isn't it? You know, like there is like a story there, but the story mainly revolves around Team Rocket, who are, you know, Team Rocket are only around in the modern day, and even like Mewtwo is, you know, only created in the modern day. So I feel like with Kanto and Gen 1, there's a lot of potential for them to just make up whatever they want. You know what I mean? That like they could go absolutely crazy with it and just make something. They're not constrained by like the lore necessarily. So as an example, like when they did Arceus, there was quite a lot of stuff in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum where, you know, you knew that the Lake Trio could create this like red chain, and Dialga and Palkia could be controlled using it. And that Arceus was like God, and he'd created Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. So, and then there was all like the cave drawings and things like that. There was quite a lot of established lore there for them to then make a Legends game on. Whereas Gen 1 is really good because it's quite open, and you can. It's different because it's not building on anything established, but it's also good in a way because it frees them up to just make whatever they want. So yeah, I would quite like to see that. You're quite looking forward to a black and white remake. Do you know what? Me too. Me too. I'm intrigued to see what that looks like. I don't want ILCA to make it, honestly. They're the guys who made BDSP, by the way, just in case you didn't know. But yeah, but I'd be up for a black and white remake. I'm kind of it's nice in a way because I think we all thought a black and white remake was maybe coming, and then they just surprised us with like a Legends game based on Kalos, which was great. Shiny Mega Gyarados looks like a cooked lobster when viewed from the side. I can picture it in my head. You are right. I'm pretty sure you're right. It almost looks a bit like Corfish Crawdaunt like, which backs up what you're saying. Some legendary people forget about is the Rouse. I feel like I'm not reading this right. You'll have to tell me which one you mean. Or do you mean Reggie's, maybe? Because yes, I think a Legends game based around the Reggies would be very interesting. I agree. If that is what you meant. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know what you mean. What are they called? Oh man, it's something to do with the weather. Like the weather. Is it the weather trio? Maybe. But yes. Yeah, they would be definitely be interesting ones to do one on. I wonder how they would fit that in as well, because Enamorous showed up in our Forces of Nature. Yeah, well done, human. Yeah, that's definitely it, isn't it? That sounds right to me, definitely. I wonder how they would fit that in, yeah, because now all three of them appeared in Arceus with like Kogita explaining about them, and then Enamorous was also there. Presumably they would have to, like, if they did a Legends game on those, they'd have to do it sort of like set in a time period that was before Legends Arceus took place. But you could easily explain that. I suppose that's the only problem, is they'll have to try and maybe they will have to try and explain their own sort of lore and or decisions as they get into more and more Legends games. But then again, I suppose they do that with the main series titles as well, don't they? Like, you know, you'll get Lugia and Ho-Oh have this really rich backstory in Johto, and then just in Sword and Shield you can just catch them in the Dynamax dens, and there's no like story explanation for it. It's just they're here now. So I suppose they would just write the way out of it, wouldn't they? But $444 encounters. So we've now officially gone over. Well, we already did a while ago, but Rookidee was 300 encounters, Tyrogue was 414, so this has surpassed both of those. It's not surpassed Slowpoke yet, but we will see. Yep, definitely agree. That would be particularly interesting if they combined the legends from like one game and put them into another game as well. I think that's really good. In fact, if anything, this would be really good. I don't think they would do it, but imagine if, you know how in Heart Gold Soul Silver they had, you could, well, and Gold and Silver, you could play through all of Johto and then you could go into Kanto and you could get all the gym badges there. What if they made a Legends game that was like that? So like, obviously not gym badges, but you journeyed through Kanto and then you also went into Johto, and they combined all of like the legendaries and stuff from those games. That would be fun. I don't know how possible that would be, but like we've said, Kanto and Johto don't really have a lot of story to them, so you would be free to make up whatever you wanted, really. And you'd have a lot of room to do it in, because the region would be quite big. But I agree, yeah, because Johto doesn't have much story, it would certainly be like a good place for them to start, because they could just make up whatever they wanted. Not really, no. I mean, there's the whole Team Rocket storyline and how they like created Mewtwo. There's a bit of like, you know, when you go to Blaine's mansion on Cinnabar Island, there's the whole there's that like destroyed lab, and there's like I want to say like records or something of how they created Mewtwo from Mew. They were trying to clone Mew and they created Mewtwo. But past that, there's not really a lot in Kanto. And I think that's the only problem with it, is that obviously all of that is in the modern day, which means if you go back in time, Team Rocket aren't going to be there, because it wouldn't really make sense for them to be there. And Mewtwo's not going to be there because it was only created in the present day. So you would have to make a story from scratch. But I don't think that's a bad thing, because I think it gives them a lot of freedom to do whatever it is that they want. Oh, yeah. I would like that. Yeah, definitely. A Legends game with prehistoric forms of present-time Pokemon, a la the Scarlet Paradoxes. Brilliant idea, yeah, yeah. You know, and they could. There's still other like Pokemon as well that they could include. Like there's like a lot of the fossil Pokemon you could probably put in there. Obviously, fossils would be way older, but you could still put them in. You could still put in like Tortuga and Archon and Tyrunt and Amora and things like that. And definitely the Paradox forms. I would love to see like Raging Bolt and Walking Wake and things like that. Great Tusk, imagine. But to be fair, the Scarlet Paradoxes are why I'm saying that I don't think future games would be as appealing, because I think most people tend to agree that the Paradox Pokemon are really cool, but the past versions are way cooler than the future versions. And I think that if they, I don't know, if they were to make a future game with Pokemon that looked like, you know, all of the future versions, like Electric Thorns, Iron Valiant, all of those, Iron Treads, I don't know, I think the game would feel quite... boring's the wrong word, but along those lines. Whereas the past versions are so like vibrant and colourful, and all the designs are just so cool, and they make sense in like an evolutionary kind of point of view, and I don't know, they're just so much more appealing to me. There might be people out there who like the future Paradoxes, but I think if you made a full game based on the future Paradoxes, it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun as if you made a prequel with these ancient forms. I've actually never seen that. Gorochu, the cancelled Raichu evolution. I've never even seen that. I'm gonna have to Google that in a little bit. Ooh, what do I think will happen in Gen 10? That's another very good question. I don't know. I have a feeling. So the Switch came out in was it 2018? Or was it a little bit later? I'm not sure when the Switch came out. I feel like it's been a good 5 years at least. Would you both agree? I have a feeling that the Gen 10 games are going to coincide with the next Nintendo console. Because I do not see, if the Switch couldn't run Scarlet and Violet, it's not gonna run Gen 10. There's just no way. And the Switch cannot run Scarlet and Violet. It's way too ambitious. So I think they will release. I think they will do another Scarlet and Violet, kind of like. I think it'll all be open world. I think it'll be on the new console. I would prefer to see, personally, a little bit more like Arceus, where it was open world to a degree, but it was locked behind areas. I think loading screens is just a better concept than outright open world. So yeah, that's going to be my guess. Story-wise, I've not got a clue, to be fair, but I think it will be just like Scarlet and Violet, all open world, very ambitious, probably fall short of what they want it to do, because it seems to be a running theme with Pokemon. They always try and do too much, and then they don't get it right. But I think it will be on the new console. I think they'll release a new console before it comes out, personally. They will finally realise that shiny locks are dumb and mean and stupid. I hope so. I really would like to hunt the Generation 10 starters wherever they are, whenever it comes out. Yeah, Scarlet Violet definitely. I agree with that. There are parts of it that run well. You know, like there are definitely areas where I didn't like loads. I didn't have like issues with it. Then there are issues. There are parts where I had like really bad issues. Remember in my challenge when I was hunting for oh my god, I've forgotten the name of the Pokemon. It's the dolphin. How have I forgotten the name? That's so annoying. But I do remember there was like a waterfall running nearby, and it just was, it was so slow. It was so laggy for ages and ages and ages. But on the flip side, there would be certain parts where it wouldn't lag too much. So I do agree with that. I think there are certain aspects maybe they could just, like, if they just improve that one bit, or if they took out a certain bit where it doesn't have to load everything, it would run overall a lot better. But yeah, I just don't. Oh, I don't know. I just don't understand why open world is so important. Because at the end of the day, Scarlet and Violet have got an open world that's empty. You know, you go into a lot of the towns, there aren't houses to go in and out of. There isn't any like really like meaningful sort of things going on. So it's like, what's the point in having that whole open world? You know, even if you could accept that, you could say, oh well, it only runs really poorly because it's so good, it's such a good open world, it's so like filled with things, but we'll accept it running poorly because it's got all that stuff. It hasn't even got all that stuff. It just runs poorly. That's all it is. Hey Cardinal, you okay? Nice to see you again. We're just talking about what we think Generation 10 will look like when it comes out. And what about you guys? What does everyone think Gen 10 will look like? Oh, do we think that in the very, very, very far future Scarlet and Violet will be remade? I mean, possibly. Possibly. If you asked, you know, 6-year-old me, do I think I'll still be playing Pokemon when I'm nearly 30? I don't think he would say yes. So you never know. You know, I could be, oh god, I'll be like 50 when Scarlet and Violet's being remade. Nah. Don't like that. I don't want to be 50. Ever. I would like to stay right here, right now. Although, that would mean lots of Legends games maybe in between now and then. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think it's unlikely that it will be remade in the very, very, very far future, because that's just the format that they follow, isn't it? They do all the games in order and then they just remake them in order. Although some of them get remade more than others. Like Gen 1 has had quite a few now. I say quite a few. Has it had quite a few? It's had red, blue, yellow, fire red, leaf green. Then it did have the virtual release, but I suppose that's not a remake. That's just like an addition. And then it had let's go. Childhood me would have been insulted and outraged at the very prospect of us ever outgrowing Pokemon. Yeah, I get that. I feel like I don't know. I feel like 6-year-old me would have been like, nah, probably not. I probably won't be playing this for very long. Cut to 24 years later, still going. Yeah, that's a really good shout. Semi-open world. That is sort of what I want as well. You know, I want the areas in which you can roam to feel big, but still have loading zones between them so that it's not so big that the console can't deal with it. And I just don't see why that was the target anyway. Like I said, it just, I don't think Scarlet and Violet's open world is that impressive that it warrants running at a really low performance. I think it should just be sectioned off so that it runs better. Sitting in the nursing home playing Pokemon, basically, yeah, basically. I think that is what I will be like, to be fair. It's wild to think what the future might be like, because like when we were growing up, when I was growing up, I can't speak for all you guys, but when I was growing up, YouTube wasn't really a thing, you know. Streaming like this and channels and stuff just weren't a thing. So it's interesting to think what streaming and YouTube might look like in another 20 years. You know, will I still have a channel like what I have now? Or will YouTube be irrelevant by that point? Will there be something new? You know what I mean? I mean, look at Vine. Used to be like the thing. Everyone would post these like small little clips on Vine, and like it'd be like funny things and stuff like that. And then TikTok is now the next big thing, but Facebook is still going, even though Facebook's been around for ages. MySpace dropped off, but so it's really hard to know what the future's going to look like, isn't it? But I would love to think that I will still be playing Pokemon in the nursing home in another 30 or 40 years, and it'll still be going strong, and I'll be showing my grandchildren how to play Pokemon. We'll be shiny hunting together. That would be lovely. Truly lovely. Even though you're relatively new to the franchise, you still miss the home invasion aspect. What is the home invasion aspect? Oh, I know what you mean. Sorry. I had to translate that in my head. You mean how I said in Scarlet and Violet, you can't really go into people's houses and stuff. It's like the open world has buildings, but none of them really like matter because you can't do anything in them. You mean you want in Gen 10, you want to be able to go in and out of random people's houses. Presumably, I hope I've got that right. But yeah, I agree. Bring back home invasions in Gen 10. We want them. We want home invasions. To be fair, I was thinking about this the other day because I got to Hulbury in Sword and Shield. It was yesterday actually, and I beat Nessa in the gym. And I got to Hulbury, and I couldn't remember what was in people's houses. I thought, oh, maybe there's like an item or something that I've like not remembered, but I couldn't be bothered looking it up on Cerebi, so I literally just barged into everyone's house, like you just said, and asked them, you know, like spoke to every person. And some of the things that Pokemon NPCs come out with is just like weird. You know, if somebody barged into my home in real life and just like stood and looked at me and started a conversation with me, I'd be like, get out of my house. But in Pokemon, they're just like, didn't catch any fish today, but maybe tomorrow's a lucky day. What? Why? Why are you not more weirded out by the fact that I'm in your house? Oh god. We were talking about this before. We were literally talking about this before. That Pokemon Go was so huge at the time that people were doing all kinds of like heinous stuff, and people were like, it was genuinely that big of a cultural thing across the world that people were writing like articles, and the police were having to come out and say, like, there was somebody in the chat before, and he was saying that they had to the police were having to like write announcements saying, please do not trespass, to try and find Pokemon. And I saw them too, where it was like, please do not go on the train tracks to try and catch a Pokemon. You know, it's dangerous. Like, if you do that, you are putting your life in danger. Just nuts, absolutely nuts. So it would not surprise me at all to hear that some people were invading people's houses to get a Pokemon. Dear. Yeah, but that's for human, like, because it's like, if you might know of the older games and you might know of like certain aspects of them, things like that, but like you said, you've only been playing the ones that are newer, so I do know what you mean. Yes, Cardinal, you going for a living shiny Dex? We had someone else on stream before, he was also going for one. Oh, we're about to hit 500 encounters, we're not far away. Yes, really good luck, Cardinal, for the living shiny Dex. We were saying before, it's a very admirable challenge, very difficult. I imagine a lot of preparation and planning and hard work and patience, but probably really fun to do as well. Chose the 2 longest games to shiny hunt the starters. Oh, right. So my guess is going to be, definitely, surely, one of these is BDSP. Because that is a very long game to hunt the starters in. What else is a long game to shiny hunt the starters in? Unless you literally mean like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, like they're the 2 games. I'm intrigued. Which ones are they? Oh, are X and Y quite long for hunting shiny starters as well? Honestly, it's been it has been so long since I've played X and Y that like I've got no idea what it's like. I probably should replay it again, shouldn't I, before ZA? Because there's probably going to be a lot of mentions to it. Or maybe I'll watch someone play it. Live vicariously through them. In fact, actually, Party Ali played it recently. She had a video up on it. I'll watch her video. She's very good. Very good creator. Also, one of them's BDSP, and then the other one was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I nearly said Ultra Soon then. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Trying to think what that's like now. I know you get your starter after you is it after you fall off the bridge with Cosmog? Or is that before you get your starter? Oh, sorry, is that after you get your starter? Can't remember now. You'll have to tell me, Cardinal, what the like why it's so long. Because I know why BDSP is long, because I've been through the insanity of that one, but I can't remember Ultra Sun and the Moon for to save my life. Right, so that is after. I can't believe you've got that many. That honestly, that is an absolutely insane amount of Hisuian Sliggoo. So yes, if anybody would like to take some off of humans' hands, they will be more than happy to help. But even though you've still got like 60 plus, that's still very nice. So thank you for being so nice on stream. That's lovely. I'll have to have a little look then, Cardinal. I'll have to like YouTube what the starter animation sort of thing is like, where you get your starter to see how long it is. Oh, we've officially passed 500 encounters. I'm a bit late, but I didn't notice until now. Coming up to 4 hours on stream. So I think the stream, just as a heads up for you all, is probably going to go to about 10:30. So another hour and a half. And then I'll have to get going then. But I might be on for a little while tomorrow. And then I'll have to see for next week, because next week I am a little bit busy in the evenings and on the weekends. Not the weekends, the weekend. I've got a couple of I've got like a birthday celebration this week for someone, and what else have I got? Oh, I'm going watching a comedian next weekend. He's really big in the UK. He's so funny. His name's Peter Kay. If anybody's, I'm intrigued to see actually if anyone's heard of him on the stream, because I would doubt that anyone has, he's not as famous now as what he used to be, but he did like a lot of like TV shows and stuff in Britain as well. Like when I was like growing up. So I'm going watching him next Saturday night, which is going to be fun. That was my Christmas present from last year. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I'll probably be a bit busy next week, so I might not get as much time to stream. And then the week after should be back to normal, and then the week after that, same again. So we should find our Motostoke Gym shiny fairly quickly. Hopefully within September. Yeah, you're right, human, it does, doesn't it? Time really flies. 4 hours. I can't believe it's been nearly 4 hours. Yeah, I see what you mean. Don't worry, I'm the same for the most part. Plus, it's different as well, isn't it? Like, you have to remember, because you live in like a different country to me and stuff. Like, there'll be people who, like, if I said, let me think. If I said like Tom Hanks, you would probably know who Tom Hanks is because he's been in like a ton of like big films, you know. But if like Peter Kay, the guy who I'm going seeing, is like he's sort of like, you would probably only know him if you lived in England, because a lot of like, particularly like his comedy, I always find that American comedy translates really well to like England and other countries, but British comedy does not translate well to other countries. It's like really like a really specific type of comedy where, like, I don't know, I can't explain it, but it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just funny to me that, like, and you see it a lot where, like, if an American show, I don't know, so like an American show's playing in England, people will like find it funny, but if an English show is playing in America, they just like, they don't get the humour the same, because you wouldn't, because it's like, you would only get it if you're British. So I don't know, it's just a funny thing. So I'm not surprised you've not heard of Peter Kay, because he's very like, probably only like well known in England, but he is really funny, and he's done a lot of like TV shows and stuff that I like. Oh, he used to make some cracking stuff. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That should be nice. I'm not playing a Nuzlocke. No, I am absolutely, and I mean it when I say this, terrible at Nuzlocking and stuff like that. I beat Nessa last night in this game, and Corvisquire and Slowpoke both got taken out, so Hitmontop won me the battle right at the end. So if I was doing a Nuzlocke, I would be... the video would probably never release because I would just lose. So yeah, my videos tend to be a bit more like, I more just like play the game with shinies, and then like I tell the story of, you know, what gym leaders we faced, like what the battles were like, what the shinies were like, and then I tend to like throw a bit of like story review in there as well, or just like comment on things that I'm a fan of or not a fan of or whatever. So yeah. Yeah, Tom Hanks was, if you've ever seen Toy Story, he voiced Woody. And then he's just done like loads of other you know, big films like Forrest Gump, if you've ever read of Forrest Gump. I suppose it's like it. I don't know. I never know like what films and TV shows like maybe play in other countries. So yeah, maybe you've never seen any other, you know, like those films and stuff like that, which is totally fine because obviously it's like a different country and all that stuff. But yeah, I live under a rock too for the most part. I feel like I'm getting to that age now where people say somebody's name and I'm much like you. I go, who? Who's that? Your dream is to play a shiny only bug type in Fire Red Leaf Green. Hey, listen, if that's what you want to do, I think that's a great idea. And I know what you mean about not knowing why as well. I definitely get ideas for like stuff like that I want to play, and I'm like, I have no idea why that appeals to me, but it really does. Like, I really want that. I really want to do this. You know, just do what makes you feel happy. Yeah. Oh, what is my favourite shiny evolution lines? It's a good question. Entire evolution lines. I think Amora, Auroras are really good. It's a tough one, this, because there are certain Pokemon that I really like that are like the final evolution, but I don't like the middle or the beginning or something like that. I think Hitmontoptai Rogue I really like, but again, not so much Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. I love the Corviknight line, which we've got. Let's have a think. What else do I like? Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, very much like them. In fact, all the Johto starters, really like them. Yeah. To be fair, there's probably a lot. I can't like off the top of my head think. My favourite Pokemon ever is Gligar and Gliscor. So they're definitely up there for my favourite shiny evolution lines, because I do really like both of their shinies as well as like them being my favourites. So yeah. Oh, you've seen Toy Story Human. Yeah, Toy Story's good, isn't it? Toy Story's really good. But yeah, there you go. He voiced Woody in Toy Story. But then again, I suppose different countries. Say you were like, I don't know what Norway's like. Would you watch Toy Story in English, or would you watch it in, like, would it be like different voice actors? Do you know what I'm trying to say? So maybe it wouldn't be Tom Hanks in like like a different version. Not sure. I don't know. Pelipper's a good shiny. Yeah, Pelipper's a really good shiny. I do like that. Pelipper used to weirdly, when I was a kid, like freak me out. I do really like Pelipper now, but like when I was a kid, something about it used to just like, I didn't like the look of it. It used to like not scare me, but like freak me out. I was a bit like, oh, don't like that. But it's a very good Pokemon, very good shiny. Now that I'm grown up, I appreciate it. I like it. Oh, Trevenant's a great one. Trevenant is a really good one. Really good one. Cracking shiny. Oh, nice. You both Norwegian. That's so cool. I wonder what the odds are on you both being on stream at the same time as well. That's crazy. Would you say Pokemon is like really popular in Norway? I mean, I suppose it's really popular everywhere, isn't it? But I mean, like, especially popular because I know I've noticed YouTubers who do Pokemon, there's a lot that are like Canadian. So I think Pokemon's like super popular in Canada. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, so Pokemon Go is really popular, but just in general it's kind of like sort of interesting. Very interesting. And popular enough that you occasionally see people with merch, yeah. I don't know about the UK for merch. I would say Pokemon is very popular in the UK, but I can't say that I often see people with merch for it now. Yeah, I feel like. See, I used to like actually work in like a school, and I don't remember like kids having like Pokemon stuff all that often. Like people played Pokemon. A lot of people play Pokemon, but I don't remember people having like Pokemon lunchboxes and stuff like that. But then again, I don't remember that when I was growing up either. Maybe the UK is just not big on Pokemon merch. You know what I mean? Maybe it's like it's big for the games and it's big for Pokemon Go and for cards, massive, but not like lunchboxes and hoodies and watches and stuff like that. There you go. Cardinal can confirm that it is fairly big in Canada. There you go. Oh my god, a Bulbasaur hoodie would be awesome. Would be so awesome. I would take a Bulbasaur hoodie. I don't really have any Pokemon like clothing at the minute because it's not really big in shops and stuff. You know what I mean? You can get it from like Etsy, from people who like making it, and I know sometimes they do the occasional like collab. Like I'll see like I think H&M, which was like a thing, it's like a UK like clothing brand. I think did like a bit of a Pokemon collab, but it's very few and far between now. What's up, Iron Boots? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. We're just chatting about whether Pokemon is big in like our like country and how big it is. You know, is it just Pokemon Go? Is it the games? Is it merch? Is it like what is it? Cards? Oh, you're not into like the subtle ones. Do you know what I quite like that? Like if it was just like a hoodie with like a little Bulbasaur on it, I would actually love that. I'd be well up for that. What colour was it? Was it Bulbasaur coloured? Was it like that kind of like light green? Oh, I would love that. Oh, hi Anderson, you okay? Nice to see you again. Sorry, I must have scrolled past your message, sorry. Nice to see you. How is your Legends Arceus decks coming along? Well, that's brilliant. Even if you're only popping in for a little bit, that's fine. That's nice. Nice to see you. We did find our Slowpoke the other day. We're on to the Motostoke Gym now, which is a fun hunt. I'm having a lot of fun doing this. The hoodie was grey. Oh, that's an interesting choice, isn't it, for Bulbasaur? A grey hoodie. I'm not sure in that case then. I think I would still take it, but that's probably just because there isn't anything else. Like I said, in the UK, I never see Pokemon clothing. It's a bit bizarre, really. Yes, I am going to do Dynamax Adventures, but I'm only going to do it towards like the end of the game, because I think so. The Pokemon that you can find in it are like level 65 and level 70 if it's a legendary, and I really don't want to like get a legendary now or get a Pokemon now and then just be able to blitz the game with it. I want to do it in order. So my goal, we've already kind of talked about it, haven't we, Human? I'm going to try and see if Human and anyone else who's on stream closer to the time wants to like help me, like replace the AI, and we'll all do it. We'll like hunt together, and we'll maybe go for like Raikou, Rayquaza, or what was the other one? There was another one, and I can't remember now. But yeah, so that should be a lot of fun. Maybe I will find some other shinies as well while we're going, because I think the odds for me, because I won't have the shiny charm, and to be fair, I don't think I'm going to get it. I think I want it to be like at the full odds, but I think it'll be 1 in 300. So I don't think I'll find a legendary very quickly, which means that I will probably find a normal like Pokemon. Oh yeah, Latias, that was it. That was the other one. I couldn't remember whether we changed our minds on Latias because it had like, did it have like Reflect type or something like that? But we'll see. Cardinals game, nice for a bit of Dynamax Adventure, legendary hunting. Yeah, brilliant. Well, what we'll do is we'll see who's like free closer to the time, and then we'll definitely organise and get some Dynamax Adventures going. I can't wait for that. I think that's going to be so fun. Really fun. Oh, what's the difference between shiny Litwick and normal Litwick? I think the flame is like a light blue on shiny Litwick, and I want to say that its eyes are slightly like a different colour as well. I can't fully remember now, but it's not so subtle that you wouldn't be able to tell. It's very like, that's a shiny Litwick. You know that it's shiny, so that's good. Green Eye, that's it, there you go. Honestly, Human, you are like, you have such a good memory for Pokemon. You just, every time I'm like, what is it again? You just come straight in with the answer. Thank you. Especially considering you've only been playing like since the Switch. You've like fully memorized like everything. It's brilliant. Oh, nice. Used to read Bulbapedia. Well, I mean, I used to be like that with like Cerebi. I would like look at it quite a bit, but I suppose not for like, I would only look at it when I needed. So you are like an actual walking Bulbapedia. I don't have donations, to be fair. Not yeah. I do have like, I think I can turn on like super chats or something, but I just didn't I don't know, I just didn't think to be honest that I would have this many people on stream and stuff, so I just haven't turned it on yet. But you know, obviously if you guys, if that was something you wanted me to set up, I could set it up, but like don't ever feel like, you know, pressured to contribute towards me or anything like that, because you know, times are tough money wise and stuff. You don't gotta be sending me money. But yeah, if you want me to like if you want me to like set the super chat stuff up, I could definitely have a look at it. Because I think the other thing was memberships, but I was kind of like, well, membership wise, I don't know what I could offer really. You know what I mean? Because I don't really have like any merch or anything. Like I think I've seen this the other day, but basically I still, YouTube isn't my job. I work outside of YouTube. Like I have like a full-time job. So I do like 40 hours a week of that job, and then I also do like YouTube on the side. Just because I like YouTube. You know, it's a hobby more than like, it's not like anything more than that. I would love for YouTube to be my full-time job, don't get me wrong, that would be awesome, but at the minute it's not. But yeah, definitely, well thank you, that would be really nice. I can definitely have a look at setting it up, but like I said, never ever feel like pressured to donate to me or anything, you know, like once I do get it set up, only if you absolutely like want to and stuff, and I would feel very, very, very honoured. Like, I can't tell you how much it would mean to me. I'd feel very honoured if you deemed my like streams and stuff as being like worthy enough to donate to. That'd be like a dream achieved for me. So thank you. Yeah, Human did get his Snowmark Larvitar. It was it on Wednesday when you got that? Then immediately after consider going for Sandstorm. I'm glad you thought better of it, because that would have been like actual, you would have actually been punishing yourself at that point. There's something about Vulpix's colour that keeps throwing me off. I keep thinking that it's the shiny. Don't know why, because it's definitely not. It couldn't look further apart from the shiny, but I think every now and again it pops up. And if I'm like looking at the chat and I see it out the corner of my eye, maybe I'm looking at Slowpoke or something, but I keep like thinking, that's, oh, it's not it. You went for Snowy Bagon too beforehand. Wow. So what does the Snowy mark do? Does it just like, is it what's like the text that it displays? Because I'm assuming it's the one where like you throw the Pokemon out and it says like Larvitar the blank. Is it like Larvitar the Snowy? Is that it, or is it more? Is there more to it than that? Right, the Snow Frolicker. Oh, that's quite a cool one. I like that. I saw when I was like doing the research for this like run, I usually like, not to like copy anyone, but I usually watch other people's videos to see like what sorts of things they did, and like, you know, anywhere where maybe like I could do something similar, or like see what they're up to. And I remember I watched Absol Blogs Pokemon do his like shield badge quests, and he transferred over like all of his living decks to get the mark charm before like he did the challenge. Such a good idea. I don't have a living dex to transfer over, unfortunately, because I never ended up doing it. But yeah, that would have been really cool to do, to see like what mark our shiny would have got. But well. I can understand why people like them. They're very cool. Oh, lovely! Today is a beautiful evening in the US. That's really nice. I'm glad, especially because we're getting into autumn now. You wanna cherish those last moments of like sunlight and warmth and stuff. You know what I mean? In the UK, it's already kind of, well, actually, it's not too bad today. The weather was quite nice. I took Bucky for a walk before, and it was quite sunny. But the last few days in the UK have been like dreadful weather-wise. Like I 100% remember the other day, the rain was so loud that it was like, it woke me up in the middle of the night, because it was just absolutely pelting against the windows. So yeah, you want the weather to be nice for this last little bit before winter, because it's coming. Yeah, of course, yeah. I know what you mean. The shinies are like harder to get. I think Matt's was more like the Absol. Sorry, I mean his name is Matt, but Absol, just so everyone knows who I'm talking about. His was more like, it wasn't so much that he was looking for like specific marks. I think he was just kind of like, while we're hunting anywhere, just to get anything, like any random old mark. Which I thought was a very good idea. You know, just there's like a load of random ones, and it was just like you end up with whatever you end up with. In Norway, only 7 degrees. Oh, so it's getting cold for you guys then, isn't it? It is getting a bit colder. Is that normal for September, would you say? Because, like, usually in the UK, September is quite nice. I actually remember September sometimes being sunnier than it was in summer, which is always, like, really bizarre. But this September doesn't really feel like that. It feels a lot colder, which is a shame, because we didn't really have a great summer either in the UK. It was quite like wet and rainy. So I was hoping that September would be like our like replacement summer, and it's just not been. But it usually is. So you feel like I only find shinies when you're not watching. I'm really sorry about that. But to be fair, I've only found one shiny on stream so far, so there's lots of time for you to spot, for you to be watching when I've got when I get my next shiny, or the shiny after that, or the shiny after that. I have as well, if you do want to see the last shiny, I've time stamped it in the comments. So if you do want to see the Slowpoke, if you just go to that live stream, you don't have to like watch the whole thing or anything like that. I mean, you can if you want to, but I've time stamped it for you, so you can just kind of click on the video and go, oh, that's where he gets the shiny. It's about a minute before, I think. So yeah, but hopefully, Anderson, we find one soon with you on stream. I really hope we do. Last week it was 25 degrees and it's dropped to 7. Whoa, that is quite a swing, isn't it? That is a lot. Oh, 25 degrees last week was the weird part. So it's not usually 25 degrees. Yeah, I get you. Oh, that's okay, Anderson. Well, thank you for coming on for a little while. Nice to see you again. And thanks for the shiny look as well. I wish it back to you as well for your completing your decks. And I'll see you soon. Hopefully. Right, we've got another hour to find this thing. If not, it's going on to the next stream. I mean, to be fair, I feel like this Shield shiny hunt is actually progressing quite quickly. I only started this challenge maybe like at the beginning of September, and I'm already at the 3rd gym and on the 4th shiny. So it is coming along quite quickly, which is good. Nope, was like 15-ish the week before that again. So is Norway then a little bit like... So in the UK it is, honestly, it's so like this. Is Norway a little bit like that too? Like, winter is consistently cold for us, and it's consistently wet and rainy and horrible. But then like you'll get to spring and summer and it will be like, you know, 25 degrees one day, really nice weather, and then the day after it'll be chucking it down, and then the day after that it'll be overcast, and then the day after that it'll be really, really hot and really humid, and then the day after that it'll be thunderstorms and rains and lightning. Is it kind of like that? Is there anything you guys could like change about Norway? Not necessarily like weather-wise, but like about the way your country handles weather. So what I mean by that is like for me in the UK, we're really well set up to deal with like winter. So not if it snows on the road, rubbish, but like our houses are all built to be like, you know, keep the heat in, and like we've got really good like heating systems and stuff like that for the most part. But then it'll come to like summer, and because the houses are built to keep the heat in, and we've got really good heating systems, but because the UK isn't hot very often, we don't have like any aircon or like ways to cool down really, other than a fan, like a cheap fan. So when it's hot here, it is ridiculously hot indoors. Like it is absolutely sweltering. So for me, I would love to see the UK get like sort of some form of cheaper aircon, so that we could actually have like bearable summers indoors. Is there anything like that for you guys, or are you quite like well set up in the summer and in the winter? Oh, you live in a really rainy part of Norway, even. Yeah. A bit sucky. I mean, I actually don't mind the rain, but like even for going out in, I actually quite like the rain because I mean you can just an umbrella, you know, really easy to get around. But like when it's like humid heat, can't escape humid heat. In Oslo, last winter the bus and metro shut down because of snow, even though it, well, oh, there you go. So it's not just the UK that are not good with snow. Do you guys struggle with snow as well? Yeah, to be fair, you're right. I would have always thought Norway was like set up to deal with snow, just because it's. I don't know. I suppose this is just maybe a wrong sort of preconceived image, but I always thought Norway would be quite like snowy and cold in certain areas, so I thought you would be able would have it handled, whereas the UK, because it doesn't, it's not really guaranteed to snow. Whenever it does snow, everyone's like, what do we do? They try and grit the roads and stuff, but it just doesn't really work. It's always chaos. Well, it's chaos for you guys as well, it sounds like. Yeah, that's fair. I suppose what I'm maybe well, no, I'm definitely discounting here is that Norway is probably so much bigger than the UK. Like, the UK is very it's small, isn't it? So for the most part, everywhere's kind of the same. I feel like the south's probably got it a bit easier because it tends to be a bit warmer down south, but for the most part it's the same. Whereas yeah, Norway is probably a lot bigger. So I'm just generalising, aren't I? I'm getting it. I'm generalising. You can't do. What is Norway like then? If so say you have really bad snow and you've got to go into work or school or whatever, but they haven't really cleared the roads and stuff. Are your places of work and schools kind of listen, don't come in today. We don't want anybody to crash on the roads or anything, just stay at home, come in another day? Or are they get in, doesn't matter whether it's snowing, get in? Waiting 2 hours for the metro just to go in. Yeah, I'm very glad that I don't work or live or go to, had to go to school in the city or anything. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like it would be a lot better. Homeschool. 2 hours. That's wild. Yeah, I don't think I could live in a city, personally. It just seems too busy and, too much is going on. Oh wow. So you beat the bus to the bus station because the traffic was that bad. That's good then, that like the teachers were like lenient and stuff. Beat it by hours. I'm not surprised. Right, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Lots of mountains, lots of snow in the west. And rain. Do you get like quite a lot of like floods and stuff as well then? With there being a lot of rain, or are you quite like well set up to deal with floods? Because I know we flood quite a lot. Not where I live. I live in a kind of a weird place in the UK, to be honest. Like it just doesn't. I don't know. Like not. There's never like any kind of flooding or like bigger issues like that. But yeah, it's usually just like miserable weather. Also, Norway gets really hot in the summer. It's funny because the more that you talk about it, the more like it does sound like the UK, because that's kind of like 20 to 25 is pretty like average. Wow. It depends on like what the heat is as well. Like here, it just gets so humid. It's not like hot. I don't know how to describe it. It's not just hot. It's like you breathe in and you breathe in like a big gulp of hot air, and it's just like ugh. Oh, thanks, Nedjab. That's lovely. That's really nice. Thank you. I hope so. I would love to go far. But I'm really thankful for the compliment and for you watching. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying. I see. So it's like it's not like how Nedjab said Melbourne. It's not like that, but it is quite hot. I can imagine Melbourne being like really humid, yeah. And that's it. The humidity is what like always kills me with the heat. It's not the fact that it's hot. I'm not bothered about that. If like if it's like a sunny day and and like I don't know, like let's say it's a sunny day and there's like a nice breeze, totally fine, that's okay. But when it's humid, oh, just the worst. To be fair, some people expect snowy winter wonderland and polar bears walking the streets. That is exactly what I expected. Is it not like that? Are you going to disappoint me right now? Is that not what Norway is like? No, I'm only joking. No, I knew it wouldn't be like that, but I think I did kind of think Norway would be quite cold and snowy. So yeah, there you go. Darkness, rain, snow, pain, brilliant. Melbourne, Australia, and no, I ain't your convict relative. Do you know what? That's still that like, is that like a fact of how Australia started? I feel like I've read that, but now I'm questioning whether it's an actual real fact. Is that how Australia started? Was it British convicts going over, being sent over? I feel like that. I've definitely heard that, and I think I had a conversation with someone recently where I was like, "Is that real?" Or did I like read that in like a fictional book? I don't know. Wow, Australia sounds very different to what I thought that would be like as well. I thought it would just be hot, straight up hot, but you had like really high winds. That's crazy. I will say that for the UK, as much as it's like just a bit bland weather-wise, I never seem to like at least the part where I live. Nothing ever seems to like happen like that. Like it doesn't seem to like flood, or the wind's like kind of just like normal. The rain's kind of normal. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like it's just like mild slash regular weather. Who are my favourite bands? Oh, it's a good question. I don't have like outright favourite bands where like I listen to everything that they put out and like love it. I'm kind of just like I just listen to individual songs from like loads of different people. But I will say, I used to like really like Imagine Dragons. Nowadays I'm more interested in Jungle, if you've heard of Jungle. I do like a lot of Jungle stuff. But past that, I just listen to all sorts of music, mate. All sorts. I don't think I could like give you outright people. Do you know what I mean? Because it's just my music taste is just so varied. And at this point, it's become so like blurred from just like regular stuff. So like pop culture stuff, like say I was like I always played like Grand Theft Auto and FIFA. FIFA's got some cracking music on it, so I just have like playlists of like music that I've got from movies or TV or games, or do you know what I mean? Who's your favourite bands, Cardinal? Oh wow, so you've got like quite a rich sort of like background, haven't you? That's awesome. If you come in winter, don't expect winter wonderland, expect 5 layers of wool, darkness, rain, darkness, pain, and suffering. Well, I'm going to Berlin in December, and I go to Rome next May. So, I mean, I know they're not Norway, but I just mean, I imagine Berlin's going to be quite cold. So I'm going to be preparing for that very soon. Favourite UK rapper? I'll be honest, I'm not really like, I don't really listen to rap, to be fair. So I couldn't tell you. Who's yours? Give me a name and then I'll see if I have like heard of them. But yeah, I feel like I'm like such a rubbish person to ask for music, because like I said, I do like music. I'm not someone who's like, don't listen to music, but I just am so like random with my tastes. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think that's why it doesn't snow very often in the UK as well, because it starts to snow and then it turns into rain, or it snows for like 2 hours and then it starts raining and the rain just washes all the snow away. It's very rare that we get like somebody actually not somebody, sorry, it's very rare that we actually get like consistent snow over a period of time. It's just like I said, it'll usually snow for a few hours, rain, and it doesn't last very long. Like if it snows on one day, 100% the day after it's just slush everywhere on the roads and pavements and stuff. It's never lasts. You like Queen, Kiss, and quite a bit of Black Sabbath. Those are good shouts. I do like Kiss. I used to listen to quite a bit of Kiss. And AC/DC. But this is what I mean. Like when I did listen to them, but I just wouldn't count them as like favourites, because like I said, it was like I used to listen to them, and then as well, I only listened to like so much. I didn't listen to like every album, every song, and all that stuff. But good choices. I like those. Have you been listening to them? Like, is rock your absolute favourite genre, sort of thing? I mean, I want to hear what Nijab's fave UK rapper is as well. Oh, he's back. Move to your PC. First, well, thanks for coming back and carrying it on. Nice. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I'm maybe just either old or just uncultured, because I can't, for the life of me, I can't really think of like many UK rappers. I used to like I don't even know if it counts as like rap, but I used to quite like Plan B, which kind of feels like rap, but I don't know. It's a tie between rock and rap for you, Cardinal. For good, quite varied tastes there as well. That's quite good. Who would you say is your favourite for like rap? Would it be like, I don't know, who would it be? What? I feel like we're getting into dark territory here a little bit. But what happened? What sad stuff happened? Without being too dark. What do I think about Doctor Who? I'll be honest. Maybe this is a bit of like maybe I'm betraying my like British heritage here. I never really watched Doctor Who. I feel like that's criminal, isn't it, to say as a British person? It's like what everybody watches, but no, I've never watched Doctor Who. trying to think of like quintessentially British stuff that I like, which I'm not recommending necessarily, because again, I think maybe it's specific to, like, you might not find it funny or whatever, but love the In-Betweeners, love things like IT Crowd. There's something coming back soon, which I imagine quite a few of you have at least heard of, the Great British Bake Off. That's coming on soon. Can't wait for that. That's like a quintessentially British thing, isn't it? Oh, could you? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. You're right. I've failed as a British person. I had one job. Just one job. And it was to watch Doctor Who. I couldn't even do that. They are revoking my citizenship. They've taken it away after this video. Literally caught in 4K as well. I'm so sorry. So that's all I can say. I'm so sorry, guys. It's like a Canadian saying that they don't like maple syrup. Yeah, I imagine. Well, but I do like a good cup of tea. That's British, you know. Come on. You've got to let me keep my citizenship after that. Do you love a good cup of tea? Oh no. Well, before I answer you, I'm going to say that's some good taste, Cardinal. M&M. M&M's great. Used to like M&M a lot. The Crown. I haven't seen that either. I'm going to get absolutely slated for this, aren't I? Yeah, I've not seen The Crown either. Oh, tell you what I have seen, and I'm watching it right now, again with my wife, Gavin and Stacey. And if you haven't seen Gavin and Stacey, you should watch it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. That's very British. The fake one tastes 10 times better. The fake one? What do you mean the fake one? Oh wait, do you mean maple syrup? Oh, it's looking like I'm not going to get 700 encounters tonight, unfortunately. I've only got half an hour left, ish. Good question, Cardinal. I am... So the naming theme is Westworld characters. So far I've got Maeve, Hector, who's my other one? Oh, and Charlotte. So the next one depends on the gender, I guess, but I'm thinking Teddy or it's a female, maybe Clementine or Clem, one or the other. So yeah. The Bill, Only Fools, yes, I've seen The Bill and I've seen Only Fools. Yeah, Only Fools and Horses is a brilliant show. There's a clip of me, not a clip, there's a home video of me laughing over and over again when I was like 2 years old to, you know when Trigger falls through the bar? He leans on the bar and I think somebody's pulled it up to like go behind it, and he just falls straight through. And there's just like a video of like me from 1996 or something, just being like rewind it, and then absolutely like creasing laughing watching him do it over and over again. So yeah, very good shows. I agree. I do like them. Although it's been a while since I've seen them, but yeah, very good. Have you got any other shows or films? Has anybody got any other shows or films that you want to see if I've watched or not? At least 5% British. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely other stuff that makes me British. Like I said, cup of tea, Great British Bake Off. I apologise a lot. I can't leave a room without going, right, I'm off then. That's 100% something none of us can do that. Not one British person can get up and leave a room without going, okay then, alright, I'm off. What's my favourite stop motion movie? I can't say that I've ever watched one, to be fair. I don't think. I can't say that I have. What's yours? You might have to explain it to me though, because I might not know what it is. So what's like? Not ask. What's the what's like TV and films like in Norway? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you guys have like do you like watch a lot of the stuff that we're like watching, or do you have like a lot of your own stuff as well? Because I'm so surprised that like you've seen The Bill. You know what I mean? Like that. I always thought that was just like a uniquely British show. Do you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't air in other countries. It would just be something that was like on our screens. So yeah. The Nightmare Before Christmas. Good. That's a good one. Yeah. You used to have one of the British channels. Oh, you've not had a TV for a while. Wow, that's fair. I mean, I don't have like a box. I just like have like Netflix and Amazon and stuff like that. Oh, here's a good show for you if you've not seen it and you like British shows or anything like that. If you've ever watched like Top Gear and The Grand Tour with like Jeremy Clarkson and Richard Hammond and James May, Clarkson's Farm, cracking it is. I must surely drink 5 cups of tea while watching posh shows. Sort of, yeah. Me and my wife, like this morning, woke up. She's on like, she's in work right now, so she's on like a later shift today. But we spent the morning drinking cups of tea and watching Gavin and Stacey. I had 3.5 cups of tea this morning. So that's what I was up to. So there you go. You're right. I do drink cups of tea and watch, well, not posh shows necessarily. Gavin and Stacey is kind of, the plot of it is that there's a man who lives in Essex called Gavin, which is like near London, and there's a woman called Stacey who lives in a place called Barry Island in Wales, and they meet each other through work by like calling each other up. So like her work is associated with his, and then they like meet up in person and they fall in love and they get married and stuff. But there's like, it's a comedy, so there's like a lot of other stuff going on with like her family and his family and stuff like that. And it's a good show. It's funny. 6%. 6% for 3.5 cups of tea this morning. I feel like that should be more of a boost than that. I feel like it should be at least 10% for having all those cups of tea. Yeah, that's fair with the Netflix. That's fair. I mean, listen, if you're I think YouTube has become its own, almost like TV, hasn't it? Like, I could sit and watch YouTube for hours and hours in replacement of TV. So, you know, if you've not got any, and even if you just don't watch anything, you know what I mean? Like, you might prefer reading or painting or, you know, whatever your thing is. But I still like a bit of TV, me. Definitely. I would say YouTube though, yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it? Because it used to be, I don't know, like it used to be a little bit like what TikTok is now. Well, like, does anybody remember like Charlie Bit My Finger? It was like the two little kids. Ouch, Charlie, that really hurt. That's all YouTube was. And it's just not that now. It's like evolved into this really bizarre kind of like, I love it, but it is like its own like creative platform kind of subscription kind of thing. That's what it feels like. So if I own a top hat, I can be 10% British. I don't own a top hat. But what do I own that could be considered British? I've watched Peaky Blinders. I've watched all of Peaky Blinders. Does that bump me up a little bit? Peaky Blinders is a good show. Very good show. What do I own that makes me British? God, I'm really struggling. You've made me realise how not British I am. There's a man in town who wears 2 top hats at once. How British does that make him? Well, if we're doing the math, I was at 6% British, and if I own a top hat, I can be 10%. That means a top hat is worth 4%. So he must be at least 8% British. At least. And if he's got a monocle, what does that make him? I don't have a monocle. But I've got these. These are quite British. These are definitely like, if you look at them, they're definitely like Harry Potter-esque glasses. So I would say that these make me somewhat British. That must add on a little bit. Apparently so, yeah. Apparently the man in your country wearing 2 top hats is beating me for Britishness. 50% for a monocle. That's a huge boost. I don't own a monocle, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, to be fair. Peaky Blinders plus Harry Potter. What's that worth? I love both of those, so they must bump up the rating a little bit. How British is my front door? I would say my front door is pretty British. It's like I have like a hallway. Sorry, I have like a porch. So I don't know whether these terms are, I don't know if it would be called a porch in your country as well, but a porch is like a door that you go into and then you just like, it's like a tiny little room where you like take your shoes off and stuff, and then there's another door that goes through to the hallway, and then the hallway's got stairs up to like upstairs, and it's got like a door to the living room and stuff. Is any of that making sense? So yeah, my front door is I would say quite British. Oh, if I got the shiny right now I would be fine including double top hat man in the video. It would probably be very hard to explain to the viewers, but we'd do it. We'd make it work. Your door's got a monocle, so it's 50%. So your door is absolutely beating me. We need to make a list of things that are like more British than me. We've got man in town in wears 2 top hats and your front door. So far. That's just so far. When you was in London, you lived in a place where all the houses were brownish bricks. What is my house like? Let me think. I would say I would say the brownish, yeah, definitely. Not really brown, kind of like a reddy brown. Yeah, a red brown kind of colour. How long did you live in London for? Was it a while? Because you're about to hear something from me that will really make you question my Britishness, and that is, I've never been to London. Cue the gasps. You lived there for a month. That's pretty cool. What was that like? I imagine being there just for a month was pretty cool. I don't think I'd want to live in London full time, like. But I'm saying that as someone who's never been there, but just from like what I know about it. But I imagine it's nice for a month. Gasp. I mean, I've been to lots of places in the UK. To be fair, I really like coastal towns, which are kind of like my favourite would be like Devon way, kind of like Cornwall, which is yeah, it's just like the so nice, like those coastal towns, because they have like, I don't know, they've just got like a vibe to them. Like maybe it's because it reminds me of holidays when I was a kid, but like they have like these old arcade places and fish and chip shops and stuff like that. No, I'm not from Scotland. I'm from the north of England, so not as far up as like Scotland, not as far down as like London or Birmingham, like between Birmingham and Scotland. 15 more minutes. Oh. I think after all I might get to 700 encounters. It's not too bad. I think 700 encounters for... Ooh, it'll be like 5 hours and 20 minutes. Not bad, is it? Your friend has a porch, Cardinal. There you go. I never know what like, the terms are. Like, I guess... Like, I'm guessing most countries have porches and hallways and things like that. But then it's like, what do you call it? Is it called the same as what it's called here? Do you know what I mean? Like conservatory, right? We have these sort of like summer houses on the back of our houses called, not on every house, but like they're called conservatories. Now I'm guessing you guys have those too, but it's like, is it called a conservatory? Or is it not? I don't know. Northern England is basically its own country, so 100% Northern English. Yes, I am 100% Northern English. There you go. To be fair, I mean, I don't have like a proper... I wouldn't say I've got like a proper strong accent, not compared to people that I know, but I think you can tell I'm from the north of England. But maybe then as well, it's like, if you've not met many people from the north of England, like, I think if you're from another country, a lot of what people think British people sound like is like posh or like Cockneys. So basically like only Fools and Horses, like you said, or The Crown. But then there's quite a lot of us that are like in the north that just sound like me. So yeah. Yes, Cardinal. Yeah, that is literally exactly what it is. It's like just a small room that gives your like instead of like walking in off the street straight into your house, like into your living room where your TV would be and your sofa would be and stuff like that, the porch kind of breaks it up a little bit. So it's just like a small little closet room where like maybe you keep your shoes and a coat or something, and then you just like you walk into that room, you take your shoes off, you wipe them on the mat, you hang your coat up, and then you go into your actual house. How's your dentistry? As in the UK as a whole? I don't know about the rest of the UK. Where I live, don't know. I don't know, to be fair. I went to the dentist this week, actually. It's funny you say that. Yeah, it was all right. I'm not like massively a fan of the dentist, but it was all right this week. Because they do this thing, I don't know if they do it at your dentist's, but they do it at ours, where like they get this like thing out that cleans your teeth, and it's like it's sort of like a drill, and they like spray water on it, and then they like clean your teeth. But it absolutely kills sometimes your gums. It really hurts. So I'm never a fan of the dentist, to be honest, but it's yeah. Vindfang. Is Vindfang like Norway's version of a porch? Is that what you say? Because maybe that's what I was saying before. Like there might be, you guys might have your like own version for it, but I just don't know what it's called. So yeah. Doesn't the UK? I'm assuming you mean, doesn't the UK have awful dentistry? Is that what you mean? Do you mean, I guess, do you mean, does the UK have awful, like, dental hygiene? Or do you mean, are the dentists in the UK not great? Does that make sense? Awesome. So Vindfang. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I'm probably not because I'm terrible with pronunciations. But so Vindfang is porch. That's cool. There you go. I never knew that. Yeah, awful dental hygiene. Well, listen. Just speaking personally, I would like to think that my dental hygiene is quite good. I brush my teeth. I make sure they're all clean. I kind of like that with my teeth then. But yeah, I would like to think that my dental hygiene is pretty good. I usually get good reviews from the dentist. If anything, I got told this week that I was brushing too hard. He said, he told me to stop brushing my teeth. So, you know, just saying. Wind catch is the direct translation. That is, oh, I love that. That's brilliant. That's so much better than porch. Why don't we call it that? A wind catch. Yeah, and it makes sense as well. You just, you know, somewhere to step in, get out the wind and the rain. I like that. It's good. You're still going for the minty turtle. Can you remind me, Cardinal, what it was you were going for again? Because I've forgotten now. What is the minty turtle? My brain's switched off again. I mean, it always switches off, unfortunately. Oh, Turtwig, of course, yeah. I should have got that. Well, good luck. I hope you find it soon. Right, guys, I think Litwick is going to be our final encounter, and then that will be the end of the stream, because I was going to go till past, but I think there's not really much point, because 700 seems like a good round number to end it on. So 700 encounters. No. That would have been very lucky. But I should probably be back on tomorrow. I will not schedule the stream just yet. I'll wait and see. Just make sure that I'm available first. But yeah, let's just go and let's save ourselves. We're at 40 hours now. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So yeah, thank you very much everybody for coming and watching tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I think this has been a really good stream. We've not stopped talking. It has been brilliant. Thank you so much for staying on all night and chatting with me and, you know, rating my Britishness amongst other things. It's been a lot of fun. Like I said, hopefully we'll be back soon, and hopefully we will find the elusive shiny shortly. But good luck for all your shiny hunts in the meantime. And yeah, just have a nice weekend if I don't speak to you, and take care. See you guys. It has been a pleasure as always. Au revoir.